Okay. Hopefully on the on the live stream, the audio is now back up and running. So you would have missed some of that, but you missed only the parts that were relevant to collaborate. What I should say now, though, is I'll repeat what I just said. This is a live virtual conference. Let's see if those on YouTube can hear me now. Ironically, just as I say that there will be technical mishaps, there seems to have been one straight away. How are we getting on? Great, you can hear me. Thank you very much, everyone. It was just a short introduction to the other side of the conference, but I'll move on. So for those of you on YouTube, this is important for you. You are experiencing the conference live with only very minor delay, and you can participate just as much as those here on the Collaborate platform. If you have any questions during the Q&As, please post them in the live chat, and we will monitor that to pass on to the panel chairs during each session. Finally, perhaps one of the most unique ways that you can participate in the conference is by joining our virtual conference venue. So after registering on Eventbrite, you can access our online event page, and here there will also be a link to our own GatherTown, where we have created a virtual conference venue. You can join this venue as an avatar, walk the venue, talk to other delegates, watch the live stream within the virtual space, explore our private networking rooms, attend the rooftop party, play games, read some featured reports and posters, and much, much more. It is quite a fun way to explore the conference when we can't be together in person. I would really encourage you all to attend the virtual venue during each break and lunch times and talk to delegates and other attendees and explore what we have to offer at the virtual venue. This will also be open for a few days following the conference as well, for you to explore some of the reports and reading that we have on there too. Now, while this is the 5th iteration of the R2P conference series, it's set to mark 20 years of the idea of the responsibility to protect. This particular event is also dedicated to the memory of one of the leading voices on this issue who truly forged the path of the responsibility to protect, moving away from just an idea, but also something that can be implemented. The conference is dedicated to the memory of Professor Edward Luck, the first UN Special Advisor to the Secretary General on the responsibility to protect. I know Vasilka would like to say more about Professor Luck in a moment, but I would just like to say thank you to Professor Luck's family for giving their blessing to this dedication. And on this point, I'd like to highlight another dedication in memory of Professor Luck that is also linked to the conference through the members of the organising committee. One of our members, Adrian Gallagher, is also one of the co-editors-in-chief of Global Responsibility to Protect journal. The Global Responsibility to Protect journal has announced its new annual Edward C. Luck Prize for early career researchers. It's now inviting submissions for the 2021 Edward C. Luck Prize and has established the prize in honour of Edward Luck, who was their board member, for his immense service and contributions through his practitioner and scholarly roles. In his capacity, Professor Luck was also an influential scholar in the areas of international conflict and the United Nations, and was committed to mentoring early career researchers. For this reason, the editors and the editorial board felt it was fitting to name a prize for early career researchers in his honour. The prize is open to all early career scholars, including doctoral edits through to scholars who are up to 8 years out of their PhD at the time of submission. Winners will be selected by a prize committee and announced in February each year, and prize winners will be listed on the journal's website and will be awarded $500 of Brill publishing vouchers. Submissions should be made to the journal itself no later than November each year, and then they are considering for an announcement in February. Details are available on the Global Responsibility to Protect journal's website, and we have linked to this document within our virtual conference venue within the 20 years of R2P gallery. The deadline for the 2021 prize closes on the 30th of November this year. And as I said, winners will be announced in February. And any queries can be made to the co-editors-in-chief, Adrian Gallagher, Charlie Hunt, and Cecilia Jacob. Now, before I pass on to Vasilka, I just would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who will participate, listen, and to those of you who helped make this conference a reality. The conference is titled R2P at 20 years, Idea, Inaction, and Implementation. This is not only meant to be about reflecting on where we have been, but also to think about where we are now. I think it's safe to say we're at a point now with the responsibility to protect where it's perhaps needed more than ever. And it's time to listen to all of these new ideas, how we understand states' responsibilities to protect populations from mass atrocities, and how to implement those responsibilities too. In the past couple of years alone, the idea, for example, that genocide could be being perpetrated in multiple states has become a very real prospect. Not only are populations, civilians, people, being put at risk and potentially suffering mass atrocity crimes, but the rest of the world is very much aware that this is happening, or at least there is some evidence of this happening. Faced with the inaction of institutions that have the ability to investigate and protect these populations, the suffering continues. Meanwhile, the perpetrators hide behind a wall of misinformation, threatened vetoes, or allegations of fake news. So proof of mass atrocity crimes in the face of all this not only has to be authoritative, it has to be almost completely flawless, misinformation proof. Short of live streaming drone footage of ongoing atrocities for the world to see, what more can be done to present the world with an untaintable truth, I should say, of what is happening. The UN Security Council is stifled, the sanctions may not be working or not enough. The hawks want to break international law, and the so-called pen holders, those in the Security Council that lead on certain situations, may well have dropped the pen. It's unsurprising then that the idea and the debate about the role of the General Assembly, a debate written 20 years ago in the original ICIS report, has started to re-emerge. So I just want to mention as well, on the 3rd of June, the day after this conference, the Asia Pacific Centre for the Responsibility to Protect, alongside the Global Centre for the Responsibility to Protect, the UN missions of Australia and Croatia, will launch a UN guidance document on the role of the UN General Assembly, aimed to give states a very balanced, in my view, overview of this issue to move the conversation forward. Not to find loopholes in the law, but to move the conversation forward. You can also read this guidance document in our virtual venue over the next few days. But over the next 2 days, we will hear research and ideas of scholars with many different ideas and many perspectives on the responsibility to protect. It is, as I said, an honor to host them here and to move this conversation forward. On that note, I will pass you over to Professor Vasilka Sancin, Chair of the Responsibility to Protect Conference Series.
Thank you, Patrick, and good morning or good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are. I hope you can hear me well. Can you, Patrick, just confirm? All right, thank you very much. So, of course, I would much prefer to see old and meet new friends in person. Unfortunately, due to the well-known reasons, this was not possible this year, but nevertheless, I look forward to meet you as one of the avatars in our virtual conference space. And there is plenty of opportunities to do very interesting stuff in our virtual conference space. So this is one of the first for this conference series. And I thank my co-chair of this conference, Patrick Butchard, very much for all his efforts to organize this conference in such an innovative way. This conference, as it was already emphasized, is the 5th in our series, and therefore this is an important milestone also for the conference series on responsibility to protect in theory and practice conferences. The title of this year's conference engages 3 I's, the idea, inaction, implementation. Nevertheless, these 3 I's are also very important feature for the entire conference series, namely all the previous conferences including the current one, have strived and have achieved really interdisciplinary debates among practitioners, but also scholars, academics, so that we do not only hear one perspective of political or legal scientists, but we have also hosted in our previous conferences, for example, individuals coming from the area of humanities or even natural sciences. And this, I think, is extremely important for the future development of the responsibility to protect. So the first I, interdisciplinarity. The second I feature of this conference is intergenerational approach. Also this year we have managed to assemble a very rich program of well-established scholars as well as younger voices who will perhaps bring some new ideas, fresh approaches to how we can tackle responsibility to protect to support its full operationalization. And the third I is its intercontinental nature, not yet supported by the hotel chain of the same name, but really throughout this conference series, we have had participants, panelists, chairs, and other guests from all over the globe. We have really ensured that we have heard perspectives not just from one continent or one part of the world, but to have had engaged in the constructive dialogue among regions, among continents even. And I think this feature is very important, and we will continue to work towards the continuous insurance of these three I's. Now, of course, we cannot start this conference without paying a minute of tribute to our dear friend and colleague, Professor Ed Luck. So I would suggest a minute of silence to pay a tribute to our dear colleague who have passed not long ago. Thank you. Edward Luck was an inspiration to many. I personally have started more deeply researching the topic of responsibility to protect after having met with him in New York in 2008, if I remember well. And he was truly devoted to bring this principle, as we call it these days, to life. By losing Ed, we can certainly recognize that the giant tree has fallen. Nevertheless, I trust that the seeds of this tree were well and widely spread all across the world. And his legacy will serve as an inspiration for many generations to come. And for sure, he will be deeply missed. Nevertheless, we are very happy to be able to continue this legacy with our debates. The topic of R2P is as important as ever today. As we perhaps know, and some of you will learn throughout these 2 days, the responsibility to protect is deeply embedded in the idea of the protection of human rights and responsible sovereignty. And as we can observe, and as Patrick already mentioned, the human rights, the multilateralism, which is essential for the effective operationalization of R2P, are in a deep crisis at the moment. This crisis is reflected on many fronts, but it is also caused by acute financial problems of the UN and its liquidity crisis. So if the states are truly committed to responsibility to protect and recognizing that prevention, which is the core of responsibility to protect, is always cheaper than reaction, then there is a real need to continuous and increased effort to support all the necessary and relevant institutions in order to ensure that R2P really is implemented on a daily basis all across the globe. Now, in the recent General Assembly debate earlier this month, in fact, when the historic UN resolution was adopted, which actually put the R2P on the annual agenda of responsibility of the General Assembly, and also formally requested the Secretary General to report annually on this topic. This is a very important development for responsibility to protect. We cannot but note that this important resolution was adopted by 115 votes for the resolution, 28 states abstaining, and 15 voting against. So we are moving away from the historic consensus reached in 2005, where the R2P, embedded in the paragraphs 138 and 139 of the World Summit Outcome document, was consensually supported by all UN member states. What is also worrying to me is that in this recent General Assembly debate, there were fewer states taking the floor to express its support to responsibility to protect in comparison to previous years. And this is why I'm particularly pleased that we have among the audience of this conference also practitioners, also responsibility to protect focal points, who are the ones responsible for bringing this principle to the attention of the governments all across the globe and reminding them that the principle was not born out of some inspirational ideas about how we can improve the current situation. The principle was actually born out of the need to prevent the mass atrocities that the world faced in the 90s and late 80s and early 90s, and that not only atrocities can happen in the remote parts of the world, but actually it can happen anywhere. So this is a reminder that we need to work continuously with dedication to ensure that the responsibility to protect does not only remain an idea, but that we bear fruits of its implementation in every single, the smallest part of the world. And with this, I would like to thank also all the members of the organizing committee of this conference, but also particularly the conference series coordinator, my colleague, Masha Kovic-Dine, who will be also chairing the first panel for these continuous efforts at the Faculty of Law, University of Ljubljana, to be able to realize this conference series now already for 8 years. And again, allow me to invite you already for our next conference in 2023, which perhaps will again take place in Ljubljana and hopefully in person. And we will be able to continue our work together on this important topic. I will also be speaking later during the conference program a little bit on the book series that we started at the University of Ljubljana on this important issue. And again, some of the participants who will decide for this option will have a possibility to publish the papers presented at the conference in a new book to be added to this book series. Thank you, Patrick. And now I think we have a little time break and then proceed with the first panel in 15 minutes. Thank you very much and see you later.
Yes, thank you, everyone. We will go to a very short break now until we begin the first panel at 8:45. Until then, I'll see you in a moment. Hello everyone, just as we're waiting for the session to begin. If Hello everyone and welcome back and welcome to our first session, panel 1, the responsibility to protect and global power. I will hand straight over to our panel chair, Masa Kovic-Stein, to introduce our speakers.
Hello and welcome to everyone. I'm very excited that we have come so far to have already our 5th Responsibility to Protect in Theory and Practice conference. It is a great honor to be the chair of the first panel. I would just like, before I give the word to the speakers, I would like to introduce each speaker very quickly, and then I will ask all the speakers to stick to the timeline of 15 minutes for their presentations. I will be giving you a 5-minute warning in the chat so that we have enough time then for the discussion, because I believe that we will have a lot of questions after each of our presentations all together. So the first panel is entitled Responsibility to Protect and the Global Power. We have 4 presentations in this panel. The first presenter, I know for many of you, doesn't need much introduction. James Pattison is a professor of politics at the University of Manchester. His research focuses on humanitarian intervention and the responsibility to protect, just war theory, and other subjects. He has written 3 books and over 25 journal articles in this field, and his presentation is entitled International Responsibility to Protect in a Post-Liberal Order. Our second presenter is SASCHA NANLOHY. SASCHA, please correct me with the pronunciation of your last name. I apologize if I mispresented it. SASCHA is a research consultant at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum Center for the Prevention of Genocide. He's also a research associate at the Atrocity Forecasting Project at the Australian National University, and at the same time, he also teaches international relations at the University of Sydney. His presentation is entitled External Influence on Mass Atrocities, Implications for the Responsibility to Protect. Our third presenter in this panel is VIJAY KISHOR TIWARI. He's an assistant professor at the West Bengali National University of Juridical Sciences, where he also teaches third world approaches to international law and jurisprudence, and hence also the title of his presentation, The Emergence of Responsibility to Protect as an Evolving Norm in International Law and Threat of Imperialism, a Response from the Third War. And the final presenter is one of our members of the organizing committee, Jonathan Gilmore. He is lecturer in international relations at the University of Manchester. His research focuses on global ethics, critical security studies, normative and critical international relations theory. His presentation is entitled From Hostile Environments to Practices of Positive Protection. I will first give the floor to our first speaker, James Pattison, please.
Hello, can people see me on screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, great. Okay, thank you. And is there a way of sharing my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, absolutely. So if you go here on your right-hand side below, you have this share content icon.
Sorry, this is a new. Just give me a second, and I will. Very quickly. Apologies, everyone.
Are you finding your way around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't see that this morning. I was looking around how to do it. Okay, apparently my sound isn't very good either. Let me see if I can do it. Is that any better in terms of my sound?
Yes.
Okay, can you see my PowerPoint now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. My paper's actually I've got a different title for my paper. I decided to present a different one at the last minute. So apologies for that. It's a little bit more upbeat. It's probably a more positive way to start the conference. Okay. I'm just going to sorry. So, as I said, it's the start of a new project where I'm working with Luke Landville, and we're going to consider the opportunity costs of efforts to engage in mass atrocity response. So when states have limited and sometimes dwindling resources, how should they prioritize responsibly between competing global responsibilities and atrocity response? So other chapters and papers are going to examine issues such as the responsibility, whether responsibility with the crisis means that states are required to focus on them in particular, on the importance of local protection preferences when making prioritization decisions, and responsibilities beyond mass atrocity. So whether, for instance, resources spent on mass atrocity prevention and reaction should be used for development and global health instead. This chapter is going to focus specifically on the opportunity costs between reaction and prevention. So turning to the paper itself. At any one time, the world typically faces several potential crises that could be prevented and ongoing crises that could be reacted to. So if you look, for instance, at the new targeted mass killing data set, they show that there's been, throughout the past 20, 25 years, there's been several ongoing mass atrocity events all at the same time, and the international community has to decide where to protect. Even now, we're seeing crises in Myanmar, we've seen Syria, several in sub-Saharan Africa, all at the same time. Now, economic and military resources spent on tackling one crisis will often come from the set budgets of foreign ministries, with significant spending on one situation leading to fewer resources being able to spend elsewhere. So there's a limited amount of resources, a limited amount of effort that can be spent addressing one particular situation. In the face of multiple potential crises to prevent and multiple ongoing crises to react to, states often have to choose which to prioritize. And what this paper is focusing on in particular is, should they focus on prevention of mass atrocities or reacting to ongoing crises elsewhere? Now, on the face of it, on the face of it, it might seem that they should focus on prevention, given that it seems likely to be cheaper, less controversial, less morally problematic than highly coercive reactive measures such as military intervention and economic sanctions. On the other hand, even if preventive efforts may save more lives in the long run, it still seems somehow wrong if there's a major crisis that's going on, Libya, for instance, and you're not prioritizing this, even if you can save more lives elsewhere. So this is the puzzle that we're interested in. You might be able to save more lives by preventing crises, but should you react to ongoing ones instead? Now, the way we're going to do this in the paper is, the first part, we're going to outline what we call the ideal argument in favor of prevention and reject an ideal argument in favor of reaction. Then we're going to turn to more non-ideal considerations and argue, and this is where it's more tentative, that there seem to be three reasons to prioritize at least sometimes reaction. So let me start with the more ideal part of the paper first. Now, there are two central reasons we think to favour prevention, and these first comes very much from the literature. And this is that prevention often seems to be more cost-effective, enabling resources to be better spent across multiple crises. So a stitch in time saves 9 and enables more stitches to be used elsewhere. So if you favour prevention, then because it's more cost-effective, then you can have more resources to be able to do more things and tackle more crises. Second, and this is probably less noted, is that preventive efforts tend to do better in other considerations highlighted by moral and political philosophers and international ethics, most notably that they tend to do less harm than directly than reactive ones. They tend to say cause less harm than military intervention. So they fare better deontologically, according to the doing and allowing distinction in moral and political philosophy, which says that it's important to avoid doing harm. So most obviously, bombing campaign typically does harm with direct bombing campaign, direct bombs, even if you can sometimes save lives. It's better to try and avoid doing harm if you can avoid it. So those are the first two ideal arguments in favor of prevention. Should be quite straightforward. Now here's an ideal argument in favor of reaction in response to this. And it comes from what's called the rule of rescue in medical ethics. And this holds that there's an imperative to rescue identifiable victims facing avoidable death without giving too much thought to the opportunity cost of doing so. Okay, it's a bit early in the morning for those of us in the UK, so to give you an example to explain what this might mean, suppose that a doctor could save a patient in immediate peril with life-saving but expensive treatment. Alternatively, they could let the patient die, save costs, and enable resources to be spent elsewhere on saving the lives of other patients in the future with cheaper treatments. So according to the rule of rescue, the imperative is to save the immediate life of danger. Don't worry about the opportunity costs. Now this could be applied to mass atrocities, and here the thought would be this. It would require that when we are witnessing unarmed civilians being brutally slaughtered, arguably in Benghazi in 2011, the immediate situation should be tackled, even if this is extremely expensive, and even if in the long run, it would save fewer lives than using those resources for prevention instead. The thought is that it seems cold and calculating to let people stand by and die in the face of grave suffering. Now, there are two central problems, I think, with the rule of rescue. Firstly, it fails to save the greatest number of lives. And secondly, it doesn't treat people equally. It focuses on assisting those who we identify as in peril. And this identification is morally arbitrary. So it's those that we identify in the media or in our in various reports. And in the case of mass atrocities, historically, those in Europe and the Middle East have received far more identification of their peril than those in sub-Saharan Africa. So we don't think this ideal argument works. And so there's a strong case, ideally, at least, for favouring prevention over reaction. When it comes to the more non-ideal features, however, we don't think the case is as strong. And this is for three reasons. Firstly, as is well noted in the literature on prevention, preventive measures can face lots of problems themselves, including those similar to reactive ones. They can sometimes do harm, and they can also struggle to be effective. They are also often opposed by the state subject to prevention, such as they view them as intrusive and embarrassing, and to obtain states' consents requires significant political will. Effective prevention requires the buy-in of lots of decision makers, but decision makers often prefer to wait for better information. And the upshot is that there's often only half-hearted preventive efforts. This takes us to the next point. Broader point, and it concerns what's called the identifiable victim effect in the literature on psychology. According to this, people are significantly motivated to save the lives of those in peril of the people that they can identify with, compared to only people that they see as statistical lives, just numbers in the newspaper or reporters in the media. In studies of charitable giving, individuals tend to give much more when they see the images of a person in peril than when they are presented with the statistics about their situation. With mass atrocities, domestic pressure for reaction often follows vivid media reporting. Individual policymakers often feel more motivated after feeling situations unfold themselves. For instance, one significant driver of George Bush Sr.'s reaction to the suffering Somalis in 1992 was the reported moving description of the situation of Somali refugees at the Kenyan border, written in a telegram by the US ambassador to Kenya. So although ideally we might want policymakers to focus on preventive measures that would save the most lives, the worry is that if the identifiable victim effect is overlooked, there will be insufficient response to any crisis. It's better then to maintain the rule of rescue in order to ensure that there's some action to tackle mass atrocities, reaction rather than none. The third point concerns what Sheehan calls the argument from callousness. And the suggestion here is that it would appear to be highly callous not to assist those facing impending or ongoing mass atrocities. And crucially for us, this could be corrosive for the R2P norm. So the thought is failure to tackle mass atrocities that are very vividly breaking out, even for the seemingly justifiable reason of preventing even worse mass atrocities, could undermine the limited compliance pull of the R2P. It could provide a very vivid example of where the R2P does not appear to compel states to act, where it's not in fact an expected standard of behaviour. And this could weaken the compliance pull of the R2P to generate action in other cases, both in terms of reaction and in terms of prevention. So for instance, letting the situation rip in Libya in 2011, focusing on prevention elsewhere in the world, could have been severely detrimental to the R2P on this reasoning. It could have given the impression that the responsibility to react to ongoing mass atrocities isn't really the expected standard of behaviour, and potentially even worse for the R2P than that which followed the intervention, the blowback which followed the intervention. It could have implied that it was morally acceptable to stand by in the face of the perpetration of atrocities, even if you could have saved more lives tackling the ongoing or potential crises in Côte d'Ivoire and early stages of Myanmar. Now, we haven't fully made up our minds about these three responses, these three non-ideal responses. We think there's something to them, and that it's a plausible case for engaging in reactive measures at times, even over preventive measures that may save more lives. But we don't think they should be exaggerated, and that we still think overall prevention should be generally favoured. And here are our thoughts. Firstly, although the identifiable victim effect is important, it can differ in size. Certain policymakers can sometimes be motivated to assist an identifiable individual. Examples of effective prevention can help in this regard, such as Sudan, Kenya, as can the institutionalization of efforts to prevent mass atrocities, such as in the Atrocities Prevention Board. The worries about callousness and undermining the norm can somewhat be reduced by engaging in some action to respond to ongoing crises. Although a weaker response might still damage the norm somewhat, this is far less likely to be the case than if there were no action whatsoever. A couple more points. The motivation of regional organizations can be stronger to respond to mass atrocities, given that they face many of the ramifications if the crisis escalates. And finally, and this isn't on the slide, there might be ways of presenting prevention of potential crises to get around some of the potential psychological difficulties of motivation. And these include highlighting potentially the individual lives that would be at stake with the, if you let a mass atrocity situation develop, and that might help motivate some preventive efforts. But this is something we need to look into a bit more. And actually, I'm just wrapping up now. So ultimately, we think that the prima facie ideal case for prevention is largely right, and that the rule of rescue is largely implausible. When faced with the choice between preventing mass atrocities and reacting to them, it's right that states should invest greater resources in prevention, despite some of the considerations, counter considerations that we've highlighted in this paper. Good. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope you heard that okay. And I'm going to try and stop my sharing if I can.
Thank you. Thank you, James. I would just like to take this opportunity to notify everyone about how you can ask questions again. So you can use the chat box and ask questions directly. to the panelists, and then the panelists will answer them after all the presentations are finished. You can also use the raise hand here at the bottom of your screen. In this case, you will be able to turn on your microphone and your camera, and you can answer or ask the questions live, or there's a possibility for those who are watching it over the live stream on YouTube to ask questions also there, and they will be forwarded to us, and we will give them on to the speakers. And at this point, I would like now to give the word to SASCHA NANLOHY and his presentation on external influence on mass atrocities, implications for the responsibility to protect.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see the notification.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, right. Share my screen. Apologies. Okay. So hopefully everyone can see my presentation. Thank you all for being here. I don't know if I've presented it to so many people at one time before.
Currently we do not see your screen, just a black box.
Okay. Is that any better?
Not from my side. I don't know if other speakers do.
What I'll do is share my presentation file. Sorry about this.
Maybe if you can share it with me, I can then try to put it on the screen.
Yeah, I've just added it. Now. Okay. Let's see if that now will work.
Yes, that works.
Okay, great. I think the share screen didn't work and for other presenters. So, thank you everyone for attending this session and my session. So I'm presenting what was my doctoral research, looking largely at the issue of external influence on mass atrocities, and what I see is the implications for the responsibility to protect. So I should state that this research, it wasn't strictly on the responsibility to protect, but broadly speaking, seeks to fill a gap in what I see as our understanding of how genocide and mass atrocities happen and how they might be prevented. So this project is based on a large amount of historical research which shows that most genocides onset since 1946, and indeed several before that, have a powerful external actor, ally, aligned actor, or patron present that has been influential and permissive of genocide. So whether you want to look at, for the United States, in Indonesia or East Pakistan, or in Guatemala during the Cold War, Cambodia China during the Cambodian genocide, or in more recent years, look at the role of France in Rwanda China in the Darfur case, or more recently in Myanmar, there is a permissive external actor in many such cases. Yet we haven't had, to this point, any systematic research or theory that explains how external patrons influence genocide, what motivates their decisions, or how they make them. This, and not to critique overly the work of many people working on R2P, but is because, largely speaking, the genocide studies field and mass atrocity prevention field has largely focused on domestic factors in at-risk states, and certain debates about how to respond to mass atrocities, rather than necessarily focusing on the role of external actors in genocide prior to onset. So my project seeks to understand how these external actors influence the likelihood of genocide in client states. I'll briefly go through various research design and case matters quite quickly. So for information, this is a qualitative analysis using a structured focused case comparison, most similar systems design. I'm happy to answer any questions perhaps in the Q&A. My dependent variable was genocide onset, and my independent variable was patron military assistance. The case studies that I used, I make a comparison of 2 cases of genocide and 2 cases of genocide non-onset, where I estimate there was a high likelihood that genocide could have happened but didn't. And I compare Rwanda and the patron France, and India, or Sri Lanka and the patron India, with Nagorno-Karabakh, that being Armenian forces, and the patron the Russian Federation, as it was at that particular moment, and Nepal during a certain part of their civil war, and India again. So this is a series of figures that will sort of explain how I see patron-client relationships working for the purposes of this presentation, that are only potentially so useful, but effectively to describe what I mean by patron-client relationships. They are between states. There is effectively a strong state and a weaker state, where you have unidirectional security transfers, patronal interest in the client, and consistent association, which according to the literature is one of those things where you would say you don't necessarily, you know it when you see it. You know a patron-client relationship when you see it. So I think that again, my work sort of follows that patrons are largely motivated by a combination of international and domestic interests, that is, domestic to the patron or international to the patron. Most of these, though not all, can be categorized as fitting into either geopolitical or material gain based. And then there is a combination therein where they are incentivized to either permit or restrain genocide or other mass atrocities. So this is the overly pessimistic part of my work, where I note that in this sort of patron decision-making matrix, I see how patrons' international and domestic interests align in particular combinations to incentivize action on behalf of the patron and the outcome, in which most of the time you would see the outcome being onset. And that is where cases are already at a high risk. The only likelihood of a patron restraining their client is when there's some level of alignment in factors that would incentivize restraint. Whether that's strong or complete is a separate matter. So I don't know how I'm doing for time, but what I will do...
4 minutes.
4 minutes? Okay.
10.
10 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay. Great. Okay, I can do more then. So this is what I set out as what I see the spectrum of military assistance and patron support. So how we can see it's being operationalized. At one end, we have the restraining spectrum where you would see lethal military assistance withheld, and that's a measure of full restraint. Non-lethal assistance being withheld is, partially restraining, but not particularly strong. And then the counter on the other side of a permissive stance where you see non-lethal assistance being given, and finally lethal military assistance maintained. It's rarely introduced, although in some cases it is at a certain point, and that is a fully permissive stance. So to chart out some of these cases, as I see them mapped out according to a historical spectrum, we see sort of active restraint from French intervention in the Ivory Coast in 2011, all the way through to the facilitation or complicity of Germany in the Ottoman Empire during the Armenian genocide. But equally, and some people may spot that I have Germany and the Ottoman Empire on both sides of this spectrum, is that there's a very interesting case where there is an effort to restrain repression and potentially killing of Greeks in the Ottoman Empire because Germany wanted Greece to join them in the start of World War I. Greece remained neutral, but there was no, at least comparative, repression and killing of Greeks to Armenians. I'm happy to go over any of this again in the Q&A, but to keep things on time, I'll just move through. So these are my case study results. I'll go more deeply to two of them after this, but what you see is these various cases line up in terms of level of risk. So according to the genocide studies literature, high risk of genocide is more likely in a non-democracy with ethnic or political group polarization, significant armed conflict, and some level of group selective civilian targeting, and in particular with an out-group threat ideational factor. In all four cases, there was some level of patron military aid present, and in most cases, there were joint military operations between patron and client. After particular civilian killing events, you see the freezing of military aid in two cases, and subsequently an absence of genocide onset. I should say at this point that external influence is only one of a number of restraining factors, and I'm not seeking to state that genocide did not happen in any of these places or happened in the other cases because purely external actors were either permissible or restraining. This is an additional layer of analysis for how we should consider the likelihood of genocide onset. So, briefly into my case study comparison. In Nagorno-Karabakh and Rwanda, you see similar levels of ethnic polarization with various massacres and hate speech. There is a sort of trigger moment, the collapse of the USSR and the escalation of conflict. In Rwanda, the Rwandan Civil War, largely supported by French intervention, diplomatic support, military aid and training. You see in the case of Rwanda that basically protection from the invasion of the RPF plus logistics plus time equals capacity, and there is no attempt to restrain or place conditions on their support. Interestingly, you see Belgium, the former colonial power, largely withdrawing their support to the regime in early 1990, but that doesn't matter because French support continues. In Nagorno-Karabakh, however, we see the Kishor massacre, which I think I'm butchering my pronunciation, in February 1992, which is the largest sort of targeted mass killing act in the entire conflict, or in terms of civilians at least. Russia withdraws their military support from the Armenian forces in Nagorno-Karabakh, pulls out a particular battalion that was still stationed there, and also stops military aid to Armenia for at least 6 months, and you see no subsequent targeting of civilians, even where the opportunity was seemingly quite likely, or at least possible, thereafter. So both of these cases are very, are more contemporary than I thought they would be, given what's happened in about the last 9 months. So, very briefly, these are the interests that I believe informed the restraining and permissive positions of these cases, or of these patrons. In Rwanda, you see, in Russia, you see Russian-Turkish competition for former Soviet socialist republics, Russian influence, desire for influence over their near abroad, a major factor in Russian domestic politics, the Caspian Sea, or Azerbaijani part of the Caspian Sea, oil and gas reserves, also a factor that at that particular time, Russia sought to cultivate a better image in the West. And so this balancing of Armenian and Azerbaijani interests incentivized a fragile stability and a level of restraint when it came to civilian targeting. So in France, however, you see the Fashoda syndromes, this idea, which fear of basically Anglophone influence in the Francophonie, and to protect their client, signal to other clients that they will protect them without whole-scale intervention. They pump a lot of military support in, and you see effectively unconditional support without many attempts to restrain being a very permissive effect. So, to sum up, I see there are a number of sort of implications for research and policy. From a theoretical perspective, I argue that patron states clearly matter and have a role in genocide's causal mechanism. The military assistance has both symbolic and material power. The patron state regime type, that being democracy or autocracy, doesn't matter. Broadly speaking, I found that there is no real cost for permissive patrons, and that means because they are more likely to lose from being permissive than they are, or more likely to lose out by restraining their client than being permissive, they're effectively trapped by themselves. In terms of policy, I think this suggests that people wanting to work on R2P and prevention of mass atrocities really need to work on focusing on work with patron states, so identifying the patrons of at-risk states and working with them, or working on campaigning and working with them as much as possible. So using forecasting and other early warning tools to identify these high-risk states needs to be, and this is I'm slightly pessimistic on this, but attempts to raise the cost of permissiveness. Very small way of doing that is something along the lines of the Magnitsky laws that could leverage costs on individuals and explicitly tight controls on foreign military assistance. There's already the arms trade treaty, but exactly how well that is working is a slightly separate matter. So we need to factor external supporters into the toolbox, and I think that broadly speaking, the future doesn't bode overly well for prevention of genocide, but I can speak to that at some other point as well. All right. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. That was perfectly on time. And as already mentioned, we will have a question and answers period after all for the presentations, where all of the speakers can add more to their presentations through the answers of the questions. And so our next speaker is VIJAY KISHOR TIWARI with the presentation on emergence of responsibility to protect as an evolving norm in international law and threat of imperialism, a response from the third world. Please, VIJAY.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I think because I do not have a PPT, so I will be my presentation will be based on my whatever I'm going to say, and that is why I should be audible all the time. When we talk about R2P as an evolving norm, so we think in terms of norm emergence, norm contagion, or norm consolidation. This has been the traditional pattern of any norm emergence in international relations. There has been a lament or dismay from the Western commentators and Western countries that some of the emerging powers such as India, South Africa, Brazil, they are putting a lot of normative resistance to R2P. And that is why there is some kind of a road blockade for R2P to become a consolidated norm. I would suggest here that I do not want to sound like R2P spoiler or obstructionist, but I would like to present certain caveats for R2P. And this is my doctoral thesis as well, where I'm presenting that why there is a normative resistance against R2P from third world countries and from BRICS countries as well. Right now, I'm sitting in Calcutta, which was the capital of British Raj, the mighty British Raj, and we have a lived experience of colonialism, a very painful lived experience of colonialism. So we cannot forget that painful lived experience of colonialism. And that is why India has a very robust tradition of producing third world scholars like Professor R.P. Anand or Professor B.S. Chimney. One of the comments of Professor Chimney in his seminal work, Third World Approach to International Law, a manifesto, in that article he made a comment that the threat of recolonization is haunting third world. So recolonization is a real threat for us. It is not an imaginary threat. And therefore, often when we talk in terms of sovereignty, many people think that India or China or South Africa is talking in terms of a traditional idea of sovereignty, and they are sounding like sovereignty hooks. I have a different argument to make. In this very seminal work of Edward Said, Orientalism, in the very first page, he mentions one line from Karl Marx. They cannot represent themselves. They need to be represented. It's the negation of the agency of third world people. So British people were representing Indians. British were representing South Africans. And when you say today in this world that there is a responsibility to protect which must be carried out by the international community when the host state is failing to protect its own population, whether it is unable or whether it is unwilling, we need to be a little bit skeptical about it. And that is why there is a skepticism on the part of third world. So that is my first argument, that skepticism is real. We have our doubts about R2P, and it is on the Western commentators and the norm entrepreneurs to actually obviate these skepticism in the minds of the scholars and the policy makers of third world, because there is a legacy of colonialism. I would also enhance my argument from the perspective of misreading the text of international law. This idea that we can misread the text of international law was used by critical legal scholars and feminist scholars, where the text of the international law should be read in such a way in which the text was never meant to be read. to unearth the real nature of international law and international relations. So I would suggest that we need to see the development of R2P in that domain. Whenever we talk about R2P, we talk about the ICISS report, which came out in 2001, and we talk about the background of Kosovo and Rwanda, and we say that we need to give some kind of a human security to these people. But we miss a big point there. The big point is that when we talk about human security, we miss a very significant point, that humans are not homogeneous anthropological community, right? So people in the global north, and there are several groups, even in global north and global south are different. They have different cultural sensibilities. So whenever some policy project comes from Canada, stating that we need to secure human security, we often miss the point that humans are not a homogeneous anthropological group. Not only that, we need to see that not only the backdrop of ICISS Commission report, but also the simultaneous event in the world history must be seen. It was, I think, in 2001, when America started its war on terror after 9/11 attack, and immediately after that, there was an invasion of Iraq, firstly in the name of finding out weapons of mass destruction. And when there was none, they said that we are here to bring democracy. And it was President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair. And it was the Prime Minister Tony Blair who gave the idea of international community, which has a responsibility to protect the population which is at peril of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crime. So we need to see these co-evil events and the asymmetrical power hierarchy in international relations and international law. Because if you miss the point of asymmetrical power hierarchy in international law, then you will miss a big picture. Why will you miss the picture? Who will be the object of your intervention? Why are we not intervening in China when we know that Muslims are persecuted there? There is evidence there. Why there was no discussion in Security Council that can we invoke R2P in China? We know that the real politics situation will not allow R2P to be implemented in China. In Libya, we started with responsibility to protect. South Africa initially supported that. But when we saw that it is becoming a kind of campaign for regime change, showing Gaddafi as some kind of a monster and who needs to be thrown out, immediately people started raising their doubts. India, China, Russia all became very skeptical about this R2P project after Libyan intervention. And that is why there was no consensus on Syria. I'm not saying that those who are at peril, those who are facing genocide, they do not require protection. I'm not making that argument. But when you make the argument of democratic imperialism, Niall Ferguson gave this idea of democratic imperialism, and he suggested that we require more imperialism and not less. And British Empire actually made the modern world. People of third world will be skeptical. You are not here to import democracy. You are not here to, become a protector of people. And what did you do in the name of protection? I would just give one example. After the invasion of Iraq, so Iraq's oil industry was nationalized earlier. And when this invasion of Iraq happened, Paul Burmer, who was heading Coalition Provisional Authority, in Iraq, he passed Order 39. What was Order 39? Order 39 privatized oil, privatized the oil ownership, and also he's given the full repatriation. So when you go for privatization, when you have a model of Washington consensus, when you have the capitalist model to sell to the entire world, and when you have American constitution to gift to the third world countries, those countries which are facing humanitarian crisis, and whenever you go there and when you say, oh, we need to bring constitutionalism, you bring American constitution with you, right? Then immediately the question will arise, do you want to make a homogeneous world community where everybody should think alike, act alike, and should govern alike? If these questions are not addressed in near future, then I believe that the third world countries will remain skeptical about R2P, and rightly so, because you have to appreciate the heterogeneity of international community. Even if the doctrine of international community is there, I'm very much in favor of it. If you are willing to accept our differentiation, if you are willing to accept that there are other points of view. I was reading Samantha's power book on genocide and how American power was used in those circumstances. And I saw the kind of enthusiasm she has shown about that American intervention in the cases of genocide. And she was so convinced that our model is so correct, so authenticated, that the world requires it. Slovak Zizek made a comment, I think, on Mehdi Hassan show, when he asked about how do you see Trump becoming the American president, and he said, I think it's a very brilliant historical juncture, because Trump will bring down this massive American influence and its moral authority over the world, that even you can choose, if I would not call him fascist, I would call him a rebel rouser. So he brought down the American moral authority, and at that time, many international lawyers of America, they started saying that international law is resilient enough to actually to tackle Trump's policies. But the resilient international law is seen differently in third world countries like India. Here it is not resilient. It is a vehicle of recolonization. It is a vehicle of privatization. And many a times we see that the subaltern classes are suffering because various policies are such that many policies may not reach up to them. And international law is presenting a lot of road blockades in that regard. So I would conclude by giving this idea of Gramscian hegemony concept, that international law works in both ways. It maintains its hegemony with consent. It maintains its hegemony with coercion. In both the cases, the norm entrepreneurs are mostly the Western countries. Whenever other countries like Brazil gave the idea of a responsibility while protecting, what happened to that norm? We don't know. China gave responsible protection norm. What happened to that? We don't know. So my point is this, that you need to take care of our voices. Whenever we are speaking, do not call us spoilers. Do not call us obstructionist. Call it a useful caveat, because as long as you will keep intervening without taking the voices of third world, international law will remain white, male many a times, but I would not call it that it was completely in that direction. But I would suggest that other voices should also be included in R2P discourse, and more importantly so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will give the floor to our last speaker, Jonathan Gilmore, with his presentation on From Hostile Environments to Practices of Positive Protection. Please, Jonathan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you as well.
I'm just going to share my screen. Just bear with me 1 second. Okay, can you see my PowerPoints all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Lovely. Okay. Morning, everyone. This is a paper that I'm currently returning to after being stalled by a global pandemic, by the pressures of online teaching and some other projects that I've been working on. And the overall objective of the paper is to push further into the discussion about refugees and the responsibility to protect. In particular, what specific practices of protection flow from the R2P? What kind of practices are excluded, and what depth of protection is imagined? And the core argument that the paper is really trying to make is that the debates on the R2P so far have tended, not exclusively, but have tended to demonstrate a preoccupation with the evolution of the concept in interstate diplomatic dialogue and the concept's normative status in international society. And that significantly less attention has been dedicated to how protection is experienced by the intended beneficiaries. The R2P's genesis in debates on humanitarian intervention during the 1990s have resulted in a continuing connection to militarized and primarily expeditionary practices of protection. However, an emergent interest in refugee protection within R2P scholarship has more recently become evident, and it's on this that my paper tries to build. And the paper's primary concern is with everyday micro practices of protection and exclusion associated with the experiences of refugees. And the paper argues that a focus on the everyday experiences of refugees and asylum seekers reveals significant tensions in the practices of protection by states who may also have been vocal advocates of civilian protection and the R2P, particularly as state commitments to the R2P often intersect with well-established patterns of anti-immigration discourse. And the outcome of this intersection is a form of negative protective practice, where minimal physical protection is provided, but the recipients of protection are disempowered, marginalised, and rendered as chronically vulnerable to very deliberately orchestrated and foreseeable structural violence. And the paper draws from the UK's civilian protection and asylum practices, using the hostile environment as a means of exploring how negative protection emerges from exclusionary micro-practices to which those within the UK asylum system are frequently subjected. And conversely, the paper argues that alternative micro-practices of positive protection may be found in places that are not typically explored in current debates on the R2P or the wider protection of civilians. And it uses the case of the UK City of Sanctuary movement to develop an alternative rendering of positive protective practice, everyday micro practices that help embed refugees and asylum seekers within networks of social solidarity. And positive protective practice involves more than just providing minimal protection from direct physical violence. It conceives protection and security as intrinsically related to an individual's embeddedness in society, where they can be shielded from the structurally violent effects of social exclusion and marginalisation. Now, the R2P is not something that's been traditionally framed explicitly in relation to the protection of refugees. And there's fairly sparse mention of them either in the ICISS report or in the World Summit Outcome document. And the R2P has been typically characterised by a pretty overwhelming focus on expeditionary practices of protection, as typified by armed humanitarian intervention, but also in robust peacekeeping, stabilisation, and Pillar 2 forms of assistance. And from the perspective of states, the R2P thus becomes linked primarily to an externalised imagination of protection, which is focused on distant strangers, and the field of practice associated with foreign affairs and the diplomatic, military and developmental communities of practice that constitute it. However, there's an obvious logical connection of the R2P as the internationalisation of civilian protection in contexts where the state is unable or unwilling to protect a specific population, and responsibilities to receive and protect those fleeing from violence and persecution. And a more explicit R2P focus on refugee issues became directly evident in Secretary General's reports in 2009 and 2014. And following the refugee crisis from 2015 onwards, there's been a much greater level of attention by R2P scholars on the issue of refugee protection. Exploring the inward application of the R2P by making an explicit connection to refugee protection extends it beyond the foreign affairs field of practice with which it's traditionally been associated, and makes a more direct connection to the field of immigration in which asylum practices are typically located. And in doing so, it makes connections with the communities of practice associated with the immigration field, border control, policing, and social welfare, and their background, knowledge, dispositions, skills, techniques, and rituals. Problematically, the background assumptions and the dominant interpretative backdrop of the immigration field is much less associated with the notion of with the responsibility to protect vulnerable outsiders, and more with the idea of migration as a problem and a potential security threat. And the paper uses the case of asylum practices in the UK and the emergence of the hostile environment series of policies to explore the tension between ostensibly pro-protection commitments to sheltering refugees and the exclusionary micro-practices of immigration control that are generative of a form of negative protection in the everyday experiences of refugees. And the UK provides a useful case study for the inward application of the R2P, given its prominent support for an expanded agenda for civilian protection. It's long been an advocate of expeditionary civilian protection and humanitarian intervention, having participated in high-profile interventions over the last 2 decades. The language of the R2P concept more readily finds itself infused into contemporary UK political discourse, and it's present in a variety of foreign and defence policy doctrines. However, the framing of the R2P and the references to R2P and civilian protection within the parlance of the UK government are almost entirely in relation to expeditionary protection rather than the inward reception of refugees. The UK does continue to be an active, though perhaps begrudging, participant in the international refugee protection regime. But the British case reveals an important theme of the character of the protective environment and the everyday state practices that might significantly reduce the depth of protection afforded to refugees. The Windrush scandal that broke in 2018 revealed the pernicious impact of what is now well known as the hostile environment policy, a series of policy measures aimed at reducing irregular migration by disrupting aspects of everyday life for those with a precarious immigration status. And the term hostile environment was first used by Theresa May in an interview with the Daily Telegraph in 2012, and this became translated into policy through the 2014 and 2016 Immigration Acts, which introduced stronger penalties for both employing and being employed as an undocumented migrant, the right to rent, a statutory requirement for landlords to verify the immigration status of their tenants, and enhanced investigatory powers for immigration authorities, and a simplification of the process of deportation. And it's worth noting that none of the hostile environment policies were directed towards refugees and asylum seekers specifically. Both of these groups have some form of immigration status and leave to remain. However, these hostile environment policies trickle down into everyday practices of what Nick Vaughan-Williams refers to as border work. And it's there that the impact on refugees and asylum seekers becomes much more apparent. The infusion of border surveillance into everyday life, the legal requirements for non-specialists, people like landlords or receptionists at doctor surgeries, to engage in practices of border policing creates significant openings for the exclusion of refugees and asylum seekers from key domains of everyday life. I find the concept of the hostile environment really useful beyond an analysis of the UK Home Office policy in the last decade. Indeed, although most of its policies remain in place, the term hostile environment, having become politically toxic, has actually now been replaced with the slightly euphemistic phrase, the compliant environment. And the idea of the hostile environment, though, is perhaps more useful as an analytical lens to describe a series of deliberate state policies which are designed to make everyday life less secure for a specific group and to create a socially choreographed situation of accentuated vulnerability. In the UK context, the hostile environment of 2012 to 2018 is actually just a more visible manifestation of a much longer trajectory of anti-immigrant discourse and punitive policies directed at asylum seekers. And when superimposed onto the R2P debate, the paper uses the idea of the hostile environment to develop a concept of negative protection, which builds on Galtung's work on structural violence and Ken Booth's idea of security as emancipation. And negative protection presents a form of truncated protective practice, where refugees and asylum seekers receive immediate protection from physical harm, but subsequently become subject to forms of structural violence that are fostered through deliberately constructed exclusionary practices. This might find material expression through limited access to employment or housing, all the constraints imposed on one's everyday life by increasingly invasive practices of surveillance and monitoring, or relatedly in the less immediately tangible psychological impact of isolation and marginalisation that comes as a result of exclusionary practices, in particular the lack of access to webs of social interaction and community that are associated with things like employment and stable housing. And the consequence of negative protection is its sort of ironic production of an ongoing and very deliberate form of structural violence as something that's latent but normalised and routinized through the everyday practices of the immigration system. The final section of the paper is really the component of the research that's been stalled by the pandemic. So this is the sort of bit that's then more a work in progress. And the last section explores counter practices of positive protection that have emerged in response to the marginalisation, exclusion and destitution often experienced by those that are subject to the asylum system, and starts to raise questions about what these alternative forms of protective practice might mean for the broader R2P and protection of civilians debate. It uses the case study of the UK City of Sanctuary movement as a site of positive protective practice. City of Sanctuary is a community movement which aims to provide a welcome to new refugees and asylum seekers in their respective cities and to provide an ongoing network of companionship and support. And they're not necessarily concerned with rectifying the material destitution experienced by many asylum seekers and new refugees. What they try and do is to embed asylum seekers within social networks as a means of counteracting forms of social exclusion and marginalisation, which are brought on both by displacement from their countries of origin, but also the negative practices of protection associated with the UK asylum regime and hostile environment. And these practices of protection in this context can actually be remarkably banal, especially when they're compared to the spectacular forms of military action associated with Western humanitarian interventions during the 1990s and the early 21st century. It can be things like group walks, conversation classes, meals together, and importantly, access to civic spaces, things like libraries, museums, universities. And these reflect micro practices of protection that are enacted as part of everyday life. City of Sanctuary is based on a premise of radical inclusivity and equality for refugees and asylum seekers within local communities, even if this isn't reflected in their formal legal status. And in the British context, the protective function of City of Sanctuary comes in the challenge that these groups present to the structural violence created by immigration practices, by forging connections to networks of support and mutual aid. And it addresses the important effective component of protection as feeling secure as a socially connected human being, and the capacity to exercise agency both individually and as a collective. And in doing so, these groups provide a nascent form of what the paper conceptualizes as positive protection. And following broadly from Ken Bood's idea of security beyond mere survival, some freedom from life-determining threats and therefore the space to make choices. And it's a form of protection that through everyday micro-practices of inclusion begins to address the silent forms of violence that result from social exclusion and marginalisation, and that begins to disassemble hierarchies between protector and protected. How am I doing for time?
1 more minute left.
1 more minute, okay. Just to sort of conclude, what the paper is really trying to sort of push into is some broader questions, really. Within the R2P debate, what does protection actually mean? Connecting the R2P with refugee protection starts to ask questions about the meaning and depth of protection and the qualitative experience of being a recipient of protection. And this involves exploring both state practices of protection and exclusion and how these trickle down into everyday micro-practices that might enhance or detract from the experience of protection. The hostile environment, though, is something associated with specific policies of the British government during the last decade, could easily be explored as a wider concept in relation to refugees and the R2P. The hostile environment reflects only the most recent phase in a continuum of prior state practices by the R2P that result in negative protection. Moreover, hostile environments for protection are equally likely to exist in other states that ostensibly support the principles of the R2P. And there's also a question, I think, when looking at groups like the City of Sanctuary of who actually protects. Seems to be a latent assumption within the existing R2P that the agent of protection is the state and that protective practices are typically associated with state action. So a focus on micro practices, both exclusion and of localized positive protection, also raises important questions about who the agents of protection might be in relation to refugees, and also where sites of protective practice are located. The case of City of Sanctuary draws out alternative agents of protection and communities of protective practice with a different background knowledge and different assumptions to state actors. And this has the capacity to draw out new ways of conceiving the responsibility to protect, potentially with more equal relations between protector and protected, and opens up new spaces where the meaning of protection might be contested by its intended beneficiaries. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jonathan as well, and thank you to all the presenters. And now it's time for your questions. So please, everyone, you can either write them down in the chat box or use the raise hand. We already have a few questions, or one question in the chat box. It's for VIJAY KISHOR TIWARI from Dareen Abul Naga. And I will just quickly read it out for those of you that are not following everything, or especially for those online. So the question is, how do you explain the change in voting pattern regarding the last resolution on R2P? The unconclusiveness of Global South is reflected in the change in the voting, which led to the adoption of the latest R2P resolution. Does this still reflect the skepticism of the Global South?
Right. To answer this question, I think I've written one line. I could not complete my argument in the chat box. Let me explain my position here in terms of whether Global South is having any uniform practice when it comes to voting on R2P resolution. You know, after the dismemberment of USSR, there is a debate going on whether there is any third word any longer, right? So there are many people who are saying that, okay, Global South, third word, these are obsolete ideas. it does not exist. So obviously it does not exist as such when it started in through the Bandung Conference. What I'm trying to say here, that yes, the word politics has changed. Earlier we have seen through non-aligned movement, etc., there was kind of a linear practice, uniform practice among third world countries. But nowadays, after in the post-Cold War era, many third world countries have started taking their own national interest into account, and according to that, they vote on certain resolutions. But there is some kind of a similarity. For example, India and China, both are hostile to each other on many fronts. But if you see on many foreign policy issues, including R2P, they vote almost with a similar pattern. This is the case with India and Pakistan as well. South Africa, which actually showed a lot of enthusiasm for R2P, has now become skeptical about it. So what I'm trying to say that yes, we are not a monolith. Global South is not a monolith. It is not one homogeneous identity. There might be varied voting pattern we may see in future as well. But that does not mean that skepticism is not there. One more point which I would like to mention here, that we need to differentiate between the third world people and third world government as well. Now, this is something which is not being discussed in international law a lot, because here the subject is the nation state. But there is a growing literature available that the aspiration of third world people is different from the aspiration of third world nations. So the skepticism is there among the critical mass. That I would suggest, and that's my, it's not a conclusive statement, but it is a working hypothesis in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? So there were some hands raised up before, but then also immediately lowered down. So I do not know if that was just, they were lowered by accident or intentionally because the button was pressed by mistake. So if you have a question, please raise the hand and we can also give you the floor to turn on the microphone and ask the question. Okay, yes, Darina Bulnaga, please. We do not hear you if you need to turn on your microphone.
May I ask a question from James Patton?
So can I respond to, I think Doreen's put a comment in the chat about, doesn't this actually cover rights beyond the scope of R2P, or are you viewing it as a future possibility of hate crimes and violence leading to possible crimes covered by the R2P? I'm not sure if that relates to my paper. I think it might do. Can I respond to that? Okay.
Sorry, it seems like some of the questions that you get are not, I do not see all of the questions. So yes, please, Jonathan, respond.
Yeah, sure. I think in response to this question about whether, thinking about the sort of the protection of refugees from structural violence, whether this looks beyond the kind of the mass atrocity crimes that are understood by the R2P, I'd say yes. Yes, it does. The claim I'm making, in a sense, is not that the refugees are, for instance, being sheltered in the UK are the the recipients of are in danger of mass atrocity crimes within the UK. But I think there's an important question about the R2P needs to consider about what protection actually means in a fuller sense, whether it is just this literal physical sheltering from specific forms of crime, or whether there is actually a need to sort of think about what makes people more holistically secure. Because things like exclusion, marginalization, the denial of citizenship and rightful presence within a particular country are actually underlying drivers of mass atrocity crimes. I think, for instance, about the Rohingya. The Rohingya genocide didn't happen. It didn't just happen overnight. This is a sort of longer-term process of othering and denial of citizenship. You could also argue that structural violence is a significant killer alongside more direct forms of mass atrocity crimes. It's perhaps less spectacular or immediate in its effect. But thinking about the plight of refugees in Goma in 1994 and the explosion, I think it was a dysentery epidemic, the experience of refugees in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. Again, structural violence matters. It is significant, and it's by focusing purely on the sort of very high profile, very visual mass atrocity crimes, it's perhaps obscures the more sort of latent forms of violence. So it's a kind of sort of yes and no answer. It's not necessarily seeking to extend the kind of the normative architecture of the R2P. It's more a focus on considering more directly what protection actually entails in terms of the experience of protection by its intended beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions for our speakers? Or maybe if any of the speakers got some questions in their chat box directly to them, maybe you could raise the question and then answer it as well, so that we have it also for our live stream audience. Okay, one last one. We do have a hand here. Please, Adrian, do you want to ask the question directly?
Hello, I wondered if I could ask James Pattison a question with regards to the ethics of prioritization. He obviously touched upon this tension between prevention and reaction. And I believe today the Global Centre for the Responsibility to Protect is releasing its monitor. And I think for the first time in the history of the R2P, we've got 11 countries where atrocity crimes are taking place at the same time, which is quite a tragic reality that we face. And I guess my question then was to go back to this tension that James was speaking of. To what extent does his approach help us navigate the ethics involved? Because one could foresee that, let's just say in a hypothetical, that we had states willing to actually try and fulfill the responsibility to protect. On one hand, we have 11 crises which call for immediate response. And on the other hand, we have situations with regards to long-term structural prevention that we don't even know if we invest in these long-term structural prevention that will actually lead to mass atrocity prevention. So in other words, when we think about the ethics of prioritization, in practice, isn't it always going to be response-led? Because we have these real-world crises in front of us that we know that if we invest X in these, it may bring about results. Whereas if we look at the other countries around the world with long-term prevention, we have no idea whether that would actually aid mass atrocity prevention. I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that and how his framework would help us navigate that tension. Thank you very much.
Good, thank you. Yes, so thank you, Adrian. So yeah, I think that is a major concern. The fact that we have currently ongoing situations points that will receive most of the attention. And this is what the second part of the paper is trying to get at. So the fact that policymakers will often have a series of...
Excuse me, James, it's really hard to hear you again. Would you maybe move closer to the microphone?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure what's going on there. Is that any better? Is that any better?
Slightly, yeah.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry, I think there's microphone issues. Yeah, yeah, let's get my train of thought back again. So, I think, Adrian, you're right. That is a real world issue. And that's something the Pope is actually motivated by. So we're concerned with not simply how states ought to ideally tackle these situations, but faced with real world situations where policymakers are actually motivated for a series of reasons to focus on the particular crises that are unfolding in front of their eyes, rather than the structural prevention that actually might save more lives in the longer run. There are, I mean, as I alluded to at the end of the paper, there are things that might be done to try to encourage policymakers to focus on, say, structural prevention, even if it's not necessarily seemingly optimal. So that might involve just showing them successes where it has worked, showing them the people that might be at risk, showing them the potential effects of what would happen if there were structural prevention efforts that failed. I mean, in a way, it's a bit similar to the COVID lockdown debate. So it's very difficult to get people to do lockdowns before, while the case numbers are really very low. And policymakers got a whole series of reasons not to engage in that. And it's trying to show them the potential effects of and the potential needs to prevent atrocities, prevent serious adverse outcomes, such as with COVID, that the paper is interested in trying to explore further. Did you pick that up okay? I'm not sure whether my microphone's all right.
Yes, thank you very much. It was much clearer once you moved the microphone.
Yeah, okay, cheers.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have 4 minutes till the break. If not, I do imagine that you're already, was there a question? No, okay, I'm sure you're all ready for a morning coffee and a little bit of break. So if there's no further questions, I would like to thank again the presenters from the first panel for your interesting presentations, and I'm sure there will be more questions coming around throughout the 2 days. People will be meeting you in our online avatar world, so please join us also there to have discussions with everyone. Yes, we will break now, and I ask everyone to kindly join us in 15 minutes. That is at 10:30 British time or 11:30 for the rest of Europe. And I kindly ask everyone else that is in a different time zone to figure that out for yourself. So in 15 minutes. See you then.
Thank you.
presenters have presented their paper, or if you are listening on YouTube, drop a question in the chat or comment section on YouTube, which I'll also monitor to try and pass on your question to the speakers. So over to the first presenter, Xiaoqi Zhang from the University of Manchester. Thank you.
And thanks. And I'm going to share some slides with you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks everyone for attending this panel. And I'm Qiao Chu, and I'm a first-year PhD student at University of Manchester. Today's my presentation topic is Rising Power and Human Protection, Understanding China's Contestation Towards the Atrocity Prevention Principle. This is an ongoing project based on my PhD research. Sorry. The leading question of my research is how does China execute normative contestation towards liberal principle of human protection and atrocity prevention? Most of the existing studies focus on China's discourses in the process of the institutionalization, but overlook China's practices and political actions to delegitimize the liberal principles when these principles are implemented in real-world settings. To solve this gap, I would like to investigate China's approach to atrocity prevention and argue that China tends to let its action do the talking and prefer subtle ways of behaviorally contesting liberal principles in the process of implementation. This can allow China to reduce reputational costs and maintain a positive international image. I identified three types of China's subtle ways to contest atrocity prevention principle. First, China attempts to link atrocity prevention with other distinct but related normative agenda, including conflict prevention and peace building. The second type is that China contests the measures and toolkits of atrocity prevention in the implementation process. The third type is that China contests atrocity prevention through strategic non-implementation, which means China's reluctant to adopt certain implementation mechanisms to prevent atrocities, especially those are favored and promoted by the liberal states. Regarding the differences between the three types of contestation, I would suggest that the first type of contestation is related to the level of China's overarching strategy and agenda setting for its foreign policy of atrocity prevention, whereas the second and the third are related to the tactical or operational level. The third type is different from the second, in that China's behaviors in the second type can partially facilitate implementation of atrocity prevention principle, at least in theory. But the third type centered on how China impedes the implementation of the liberal understanding of atrocity prevention through its political action. I will briefly explain the three types respectively. Regarding linking atrocity prevention to other normative agenda, the first agenda that China compound with atrocity is conflict prevention. In its official discourses, China reference to prevention usually means the prevention of armed conflicts rather than atrocity crimes. Only on 2 occasions of the R2P annual dialogue, China has mentioned prevention of atrocity crimes, but still associate with the conflict prevention principle. This conflation leads to 3 aspects of China's practices and political actions that implicitly contest the atrocity prevention principle. First, China resists and delegitimize the responsibility of the international communities to prevent mass atrocities in peacetime. especially the state-directed suppression. For example, the escalation of the crimes against humanity in North Korea. Another aspect is on China's practices of preventive diplomacy. For example, the principles of impartiality and non-interference adopted by the Chinese government throughout the process of mediation, such as in Syria and the Rohingya crisis. China is reluctant to name and shame perpetrators, given that this taking sides strategy may compromise the principle of neutrality held by the Chinese government. In addition to this, China prioritized the normative value of peace over justice facing the conflicts between the two, which can be seen as an inherent contradiction between the logic of conflict prevention and atrocity prevention. This is indicated by China's refusal of signing the Rome Statute and its non-cooperative stance on the operation of the International Criminal Court. Related to the conflation of atrocity and conflicts, China also linked atrocity prevention to peace building. China's normative agenda of peace building is different from that of labor states in two aspects. First, China regards poverty as the root cause of mass violence and emphasized the importance of poverty reduction and economic development in achieving the goals of prevention. China also emphasized the leading role of the host states in preventing atrocities and establishment of the strong government to realize effective governance and human protection. Based on this, development cooperation at the government level become the dominant way of practices for China to implement the atrocity prevention principle. Throughout the process of implementation, China has further developed principles and parallel institutions to the West. For example, the Belt and Road Initiatives and the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation. These practices of developed cooperation can allow China to counter the criticism on China's indifference and inaction towards some atrocity crimes, for example, those in Myanmar, Syria, and North Korea, and allow China to build a positive international image as a responsible contributor to human protection. The second type of contestation is in relation to toolkit and measures of atrocity prevention. China implements the principle according to its own understanding of the best way of preventing mass atrocities and violence. China emphasized the peaceful means of direct prevention by conducting preventive diplomacy and emergency humanitarian aid. In particular, China usually adopts a humanitarian lens of framing atrocity crisis and offer emergency humanitarian aid to show that it has fulfilled the responsibility to prevent mass atrocity and protect the civilians. As several texts suggest, China's humanitarian assistance in the situation of mass violence tends to be a case-by-case response to international pressure, especially when China obstructs the coercive means of preventing and responding to mass atrocities. For instance, in the relatively early stage of Syria crisis, after China vetoed the UN draft resolution with Russia, the country offered humanitarian aid worth $2 million to Syria and suggests that the aid can improve the humanitarian conditions in some regions of Syria. China also demonstrates a preference for the means of structured prevention over direct prevention at the operational level. China has continuously advocated that the international community should give priorities to mitigating the root cause of atrocities when allocating political resources, rather than merely focusing on direct prevention. The third type of China's contestation is strategic non-implementation. That is refusal or reluctant to introduce or adopt certain implementation mechanism of preventing mass atrocities. Although China hasn't expressed radically hostile attitudes towards these mechanisms. This type includes three aspects. The first aspect is that China adopt a prudent approach to fact-finding mission in the early warning systems, especially those involving non-governmental organizations. Although China doesn't explicitly resist the early warning mechanisms that are designed to collect information about mass atrocities, at a behavioral level, China more actively contests these mechanisms. China dissuaded the member of UN Human Rights Council from focusing on several country-specific resolutions on atrocity crimes and utilized the procedure mechanisms of the UN Human Rights Council to restrict the involvement of NGOs in fact-finding missions. The second aspect is in regard to early action mechanism. In its official discourses, China doesn't dispute comprehensive prevention strategy or completely refuse consider use of force. Although China supports a sequence of the military and peaceful means, in which peaceful means must be exhausted and the military actions must serve as the last resort. China also voted for the Resolution 2171, which intends to institutionalize the comprehensive prevention strategy. Compared with discourses and practices in the process of institutionalization, China is relatively hostile to the implementation of coercive means, especially after the Libya crisis. The country continuously resists attempts to apply coercive means to specific cases of atrocity crimes and seems to totally exclude the military operation from the toolkit of atrocity prevention. For instance, China has vetoed 10 resolutions in the UN Security Council regarding the Syria crisis. This veto behavior sends a non-verbal signal to the international community that the use of force and other coercive measures at a multilateral level may become a non-existent operation to prevent or reserve mass atrocities. China is also reluctant to expand and enhance the mechanisms of atrocity prevention. China shows great reluctance to establish specific institutions to monitor or assess the risk of mass atrocities around the world and to coordinate its prevention policy across different government agencies, such as an institution that is equivalent to the US Atrocity Prevention Board. China also refused to engage in extensive multilateral framework of atrocity prevention, such as the global network of R2P focal point and the group of friends of the R2P. In summary, I identified 3 ways of China's contestation of atrocity prevention principle, including linking atrocity prevention to different normative agenda of human protection, behaviorally contesting the atrocity prevention principle in the process of implementation, and the third type is strategic non-implementation. Different way of contestation further demonstrate relation between China's discourses and behaviors in regard to atrocity prevention. The first 2 types of contestation shows that China's discourses and practices can be mutually reinforced in terms of contesting liberal principle of atrocity prevention. China's practices to implement atrocity prevention can facilitate its preferred interpretation of the principle. These practices also receive a certain degree of recognition from the global source countries and allow China to counter the social pressure on its inaction towards some atrocity crimes, especially those that occurred in peacetime settings. The third type of contestation indicates that there might be a gap between China's discourses and behaviors. Compared with relatively ambiguous discourses and rhetoric, China's behaviors and practices are more profound in terms of resisting the liberal principle of atrocity prevention and can provide us with a clearer clue to interpret its nuanced approaches to atrocity prevention. And that is all for my today's presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that excellent paper. Moving on to speaker number 2, Zeynep Gunal, if you would like to talk now about China and norm entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me and show my slides?
We can hear you and we can see your slides. Yes, thank you.
Okay, then. Good morning from Izmir. Now I will present a different perspective than my colleague previously spoke before me. I think our perspectives are similar or show some resemblance, but I will take China as a norm entrepreneur in R2P debates, and I will explain how do I formulate this. Sorry. So I will start with the perspective of our study, which is a critical constructivist view towards the norm evolution. When we look at the norm evolution and norm itself, we see that the norm evolutionary process has a contested and dynamic process with backs and forths inside, with the coexistence with its opposition of the norm. So we see that norm is contested in every phase, and it has a dual quality which has a bad side and a good side inside. As we take the norm evolution with a dynamic and contested process, then we should also look at the norm entrepreneurs in the same way. We accept the norm entrepreneurs as the actors who make decisions, who makes change and promotes the content of the standard behavior prescriptions. So we try to approach the norm entrepreneurs not as good or evil, but as how they put the norm into their discourses, or if they reject totally. So in this regard, we are going to look for their discourses, but to understand if they are going to act like a norm entrepreneur. I will start with a short literature from starting from Rosemary Food's statements. When we look at China's input, we see the most important emphasis on the government's decision on Pillar 2. And we see China always emphasizes the protection of civilians instead of using the R2P language generally. And the most important requirements for China to have the host state's consent to deal with the root causes and to tackle with the lack of development. So according to Food, we can say that China's position is a cautious inhibitor. When we move on with Courtney Fang's arguments, where she says China's main emphasis is on the Security Council authorization with the enhancement of its peer group. And China advocates that when the state itself is the perpetrator, there should be an avoidance of order regime change. Fang also explains how China's tactic works about changing the norm content with rhetorical adaptation, which has 4 phases. And for the first phase, we see starting from a norm disregard to swiftly change into a norm interpretation. It has inside the 2 phases inside too. And in the first phase of this period, we see China is at the beginning very critical of any challenges to sovereignty or any kind of reconceptualization of humanitarian interventions. In the second phase, however, when China realized that R2P was gaining support for to be included in the World Summit Outcome document, then they changed their rhetoric in order to put their emphasis on to include the international community to act only against 4 crimes, and with the international community to act in timely and decisive manner if the states manifestly failing, rather than if the states unable or willing to protect its citizens. And the second phase is the norm avoidance, where China distanced itself from the rejectionists and mostly emphasized addressing the necessity to address to the root causes and trying to use the protection of civilians language once more. After that, we see it's China's norm interpretation when they put forward that the R2P operates also in a hierarchy, starting with the state's responsibility, and there must be all of the peaceful means should be exhausted first, and they put more emphasis on priority of state sovereignty once more by advocating by including the regional organization's role too. In the last phase, we see actually a kind of change in the China's behavior. Instead of vetoing the Libyan resolution, China abstained from the voting, and China explained this position by actually being recognized, their wills to be recognized by taking a Security Council authorization before the action and the political endorsement from the regional players. So China's main point on this international community's reaction was to avoid the regime change and not to implement any no-fly zones. And in the end, China proved its point in a way. And afterwards, although it is not official Chinese position, a Chinese institute declared a responsible protection concept, which is actually a supplementary concept to R2P norm. And also it opened the way for China to start negotiating the Pillar 3 with a strong emphasis of China's main points. In general, when we look at the China's behavior, we can see some labels as rejectionists who refrains from openly rejecting R2P, a cautious supporter who agreed in principle but skeptical of its implementation, or resistor and later cautious endorser or an adaptator of the principle itself. So basically, in this study, we look at China's discourses in the United Nations gatherings. And when we look at them, we see some similarities between their statements. So I actually put some of the statements of China, but I will not read any of them, so don't worry with the long sentences here. I will only highlight what they repeatedly say during the meetings. I first start with the earlier era, before the R2P even invented. In 1999, after late Secretary General Annan's call for international community to provide a principle, China strongly rejected any idea of human rights, humanitarian intervention, and even if there is a mandate from Security Council or a prior consent of the country, humanitarian intervention will still cause a great humanitarian catastrophe, was China's main point of view. In 2001, when the commission is talking with the Chinese delegations, China again strongly rejected any kind of conceptualization of humanitarian intervention, where China says it lacks a legal basis, and as it is dependent on the human rights, which is a Western conception, then it has politicized ulterior motives with the tool of a Western dual standards. So instead of humanitarian intervention, China provided and strongly supported the idea of humanitarian assistance, of course, with the consent of the state concerned. Afterwards, China and Russia declared a joint statement together where they oppose any attempt to undermine the basic norms of international relations. When we look at their position paper at 2005, we see there is a chapter under rule of law, human rights, and democracy with the title of responsibility to protect, where they provide their statement with states shouldering the primary responsibility, and the countries and the regional organizations concerned should be respected, and the Security Council should make the decisions first. During the informal meetings for the draft of the outcome document, Ambassador Wang stated that the concept of R2P has to bear in the mind that national governments have the primary responsibility, and there should be a comprehensive criteria agreed on by the whole international community, not by some member states or some actors. When we look at in general about their position, we see some resemblance and repeat in their statements that the primary responsibility to be held by the governments, that the General Assembly should provide a comprehensive and detailed understanding and meaning for the R2P itself. So Security Council should avoid, and this is only for against the 4 international crimes in the outcome documents. So when we come to the R2P references in the UN documents, we see 4 formal debates on R2P, and 2 of them only having with resolution. When we quickly look at 2009, we still see the same keywords are emphasized in their debates. And in 2018, we see that China again included prevention is the key, and the capacity building should be assisted by the international community in order to tackle with the root causes, which is the main reason for the atrocity crimes inside the developing countries. And China included more emphasis on the strengthening of the national capacity building because of the understanding that development is the main reason to create the differences between the countries. And there should be more informal discussions on that. And lately, in the recent debate with having a resolution afterwards, China stated its behavior a little bit with a change. We will talk about its main reasons, but we see that China stated that member states have not reached agreement on definition or criteria, which means that it is still it shouldn't be applied still, but some states are trying to abuse it. And there is still emphasis on the prevention and eliminating the poverty. But when we look at their votes, we know that China voted against the resolution. And when we look at 6 days earlier from the voting, we see that there is a high-level virtual event on the situation of Uyghurs, which China boycotted at first, but then participated starting with the Time for Truth, because they argued that the allegations against China for Xinjiang region is not about human rights, but it is about to use human rights as a political tool to contain China by Euromedia, as Chinese delegates said. And in the intersessional panel discussion before that event, China strongly advised the fact that China has seen these talks about R2P as their motivation by political needs, and the human rights as a pretext to interfere is used under the umbrella of R2P. And when we look what kind of rhetoric China used during the speech, we see the same keywords repeatedly used again and again during the both General Assembly and Security Council debates, and we see that China didn't give up on any of these keywords, but in the end they added some more negative outcomes on their rhetoric. So in this regard, when we look at China's norm entrepreneurship, we see firstly the norm rejection, and afterwards we see a contestation to the meaning of in use, trying to change its content, trying to push forward to change the content of how they want. Afterwards, we see the norm compliance, sort of norm compliance, with at least abstaining rather than vetoing. Then we see the norm interpretation with reframing it or providing a supplementary principle of responsible protection. And afterwards, as we see now, it can be called a norm disregard. And as a conclusion, as we take the norm evolutionary process to have its own setbacks, and we don't accept norm actors or norm entrepreneurs to be only good to the norm, we should accept that norm entrepreneurs could find itself to take a step back and reposition itself once more. So although China doesn't seem like a norm entrepreneur, if we understand norm entrepreneurship as a way to contribute to norm content itself, so we can accept China's norm entrepreneurship in a stall at this time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. You finished right on time, covered a lot of ground and raised a lot of contemporary points there as well, which I'm sure will raise interesting questions afterwards. On to the third paper. If Mauro Borelli is with us, I'll hand the floor to you.
Yes, hopefully you can hear me and see me, Adrian.
Yes, I can hear you very clearly.
Great. Yeah. So thank you very much, Adrian. And my name is Mauro Borelli. I am a reader at City University of London. Precisely, I'm based at the City Law School. And I'm afraid my paper is going to be a bit more legalistic than the one that have preceded me. But I hope that this will still contribute to the ongoing discussion. The paper will examine the relationship between China and the responsibility to protect, with a special focus on China's recent engagement in peacekeeping. The arguments of the paper will be developed against the background of the three main themes of the conference, namely idea, inaction, and implementation. So firstly, I will say a few words about how China has approached the idea of R2P. We have already heard quite a lot about this. Then I will consider how China has been criticized for its inaction in the face of atrocity crimes, especially in the case of Syria. And finally, I will discuss how China may contribute to the implementation of R2P thanks to its growing support for and participation in UN peacekeeping operations. Before tackling all these issues, I would just like to say a few words about the context for the paper. So my interest in China and R2P dates back to when a few years ago I began to follow the debate taking place in international relations scholarship on the rise of China and the related challenges that this would allegedly pose to the liberal international order. The premise of this debate, which of course continues today, is relatively straightforward. There is a tension between Beijing strict defense of the principles of state sovereignty and non-intervention on the one hand, and an international system that is increasingly less state-centered in nature on the other. And of course, the significance of this incompatibility become all the more important in light of the fact that China has become an economic power. And on top of that, of course, it has a permanent seat at the Security Council. At the same time, I thought when I start looking into those discussions, to what extent one can really say that China alone or in itself poses a threat to the liberal international order. The latter has been largely shaped by Western countries. So what then is the position of other non-Western countries on issues of sovereignty, non-intervention, and human rights? What about other Asian states? What about African states? Is China really alone in promoting an alternative model of international relations to the one promoted by the West? Then another important question, which is more related to today's conference and to my paper, is to what extent China subscribes to an absolute concept of sovereignty. Certainly China does not subscribe to an interventionist foreign policy. This is well known. There are reasons for this, historical reasons related to the century of humiliation. There are strategic reasons as well. Like it is certainly in the interest of China today to respect the principle of sovereignty and non-intervention in its relation to other states, so that by doing so, China preserves its ability to use those same principles as legal tools to protect itself against foreign attempts to meddle into its internal affairs. And of course, this is very important for China, even though it is constantly reprimanded by its Western counterparts for its model of society. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, China has become an economic power, an economic giant. And normally, as a state's global footprint expands, so does its exposure to the risks and costs of international conflicts and crises. And this inevitably prompted, in the case of China, a gradual alignment between national prosperity and global stability. However, of course, it is difficult for China to try to promote structural stability abroad without interfering with the internal political and economic affairs of other states. And this would require a more flexible approach to issues of sovereignty and non-intervention. And against this background, I think R2P represents a valuable case study to look into Chinese approaches to sovereignty, as well as to the principle of non-intervention, because of course it is predicated on the idea that sovereignty is contingent on a state's willingness and ability to protect its population from atrocity crimes. So to what extent then is China prepared to accept infringements of sovereignty that are aimed at human protection? Right? Answering this question, I think, will not, of course, provide the answer to all the important question one would like to answer, but I think it can contribute to better delineate the complex and often ambivalent relationship between China and sovereignty. So looking at China and R2P, the first thing that I would say, and here I'm now referring to the first theme of the conference, that is idea, is that I think that China, as far as we look at it from a conceptual perspective, has endorsed the idea of R2P. The first pillar has never been really questioned. Pillar 2 has also been embraced quite openly. And this is not just surprising because, as my fellow panelists have mentioned before, Pillar 2 measures are, of course, consensual measures. They are taken normally with the consent of the state concerned, and therefore, Pillar 2 action cannot really occur against the will of a state. Under international law, for example, the consent of the government concerned is a legal requirement for measures such as the establishment of an early warning systems or the sending of a fact-finding mission. And of course, it is also a prerequisite for the deployment of UN peacekeeping operations. Things are different with Pillar 3. And again, this has been mentioned before. Of course, this is the coercive aspect, the coercive dimension of R2P. And China has not really openly embraced this pillar. But I think for legalistic reason, it has not actually even rejected it altogether. And this conceptual endorsement has not really translated into action. This again has been discussed before. Libya was seen as a possible sign of a growing engagement, positive engagement with R2P on the part of China. The fact that China voted in favor of Resolution 1970 was seen as a good indication of that potential development. Later on, China also abstained on Resolution 1973, therefore contributing to allowing the resolution to pass. That is the resolution which imposed a no-fly zone and authorized the use of all necessary measures to protect civilians in Libya. But then, of course, in Syria, things were different, and China faced heavy criticism for inaction in that respect, right? The second theme of the conference. But I think action and inaction should not only be considered with respect to Pillar 3. And I think it is interesting then to look at how China can practically engage with Pillar 2 of R2P and possibly contribute to implement R2P by contributing to implementing Pillar 2. And this brings me to the final theme of the conference, that of implementation. Generally speaking, China has regularly voted in favor of Security Council resolutions which provided international assistance to national governments facing an imminent or ongoing crisis. China has also taken concrete steps to facilitate the provision of Pillar 2 assistance on the part of the international community. There have been some mediation offers as well in the recent past. Again, this was mentioned in one of the previous talks. But more importantly, for the purposes of my paper, Beijing has also recently become an active supporter of peacekeeping, of UN peacekeeping, which represents one important instrument through which R2P Pillar 2 could be implemented. So today, China is the second largest contributor to the UN peacekeeping budget and the largest supplier among the P5 of military and civilian personnel. What matters more, however, is the quality of the engagement rather than just the quantity. And here a paradox has occurred in the sense that after many decades of wariness or indeed even full disengagement, China became more comfortable with the idea of peacekeeping when peacekeeping operations actually became more intrusive and more aggressive. And this is quite paradox, because one would normally expect the opposite to happen. So since the end of the Cold War, a growing number of peacekeepers have been deployed in the absence of peace agreements in countries torn by internal conflicts and incapable of providing security to the civilian population. So mandates have become more robust. Protection of civilians mandate have become the norm. In terms of international law, however, this means that these peacekeeping operations are less impartial and use offensive as opposed to defensive force. And this goes against the fundamental principles of peacekeeping: consent of the parties, impartiality, and use of force only in self-defense. And interesting, this has not prevented China from supporting and indeed even participating in some of these missions, for example, in Mali and in South Sudan. In R2P terms, I think that this is particularly interesting because this development tends to blur the distinction between consensual measures typical of Pillar 2 and non-consensual measures typical of Pillar 3. This is particularly so because China has also relaxed the parameters of consent when it applies this principle of peacekeeping in practice. And this creates tension, political tension, but also legal tensions between the rhetoric of China and the practice. So China has kept formally a firm position on the necessity that peacekeepers continue to follow the basic principles of peacekeeping: consent of the parties, impartiality, and only defensive force. In reality, however, there is a growing gap between what China says, so its rhetoric aimed at defending traditional peacekeeping, and Chinese practice, which shows full support for robust, more challenging operation. And I think several considerations can therefore be made in relation to this ongoing development, and I'm going to finish my presentation just by outlining these potential considerations and follow-up lines of research. So first, from the perspective of the doctrine and practice of UN peacekeeping, at a time when states are balancing the risks and opportunities which derive from robust peacekeeping, then Beijing's approach to this new generation of peacekeeping missions will affect the evolution of the legal architecture of UN peacekeeping, therefore something quite important. Second, in terms of the China sovereignty debate that I mentioned at the beginning of my paper, it is interesting to know that this development further adds to the complexity of the matter, suggesting that there are yet other areas where China seems prepared to relax its position on the sanctity of principles such as sovereignty and non-intervention. And finally, in relation to R2P, this development is potentially an important one. In fact, despite inevitable divergences of views and interests which are there and which will remain there between China and other P5 or more generally about other states, China's active involvement in peace operations could provide the basis for a more fruitful collaboration between Beijing and the other P5 in tackling atrocity crimes and other security issues. And in doing so, this could create more favorable conditions for the implementation of R2P. It remains to be seen, however, whether China can continue to remain actively engaged in this type of operation, given the growing challenges that it is facing. This certainly will be useful in R2P terms if China would continue toward this direction. But of course, as I mentioned before, this engagement, this open engagement with this robust form of peacekeeping is also somehow incompatible with Beijing's non-intervention mantra. And therefore, this is another important challenge that needs to be kept in mind, or at least in the background, when looking at this ongoing development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro. Important presentation, and touched on many of the key themes that I'm sure will form part of the discussion, namely sovereignty, international assistance, consent, and peacekeeping. Moving on to the fourth paper, we have two speakers, so I will hand over to them. They can take the floor.
Thank you, Adrian. Can you see my presentation?
I can see your slides and I can hear you clearly now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Dilay Tuzgan. I'm a PhD candidate at Istanbul Marmara University, and today I will present to you my study entitled Understanding the Policies of the BRICS Countries in R2P Cases and English School Perspective, which is a part of my PhD thesis with Dr. Gonca Oğuzgök. This research aims to explain the motivations and policies of BRICS countries in R2P cases within the solidarist pluralist debate of English school. If I talk about the outline in general, I will first try to explain pluralism solidarism, which is one of the main debates of the English school, and the relationship of this debate to R2P. Then I will briefly mention the rise of the BRICS countries in international society. Finally, I will analyze the BRICS' view of R2P, both with their attitude during the meetings at the United Nations and through the text of their own summits. Also, I will try to interpret the voting behavior of BRICS in the UN Security Council in terms of the pluralist-solidarist debate. So, if we start with the pluralism and solidarism, pluralist thinking sees the most important elements in interstate relations as maintaining the order and considers any intervention that erodes sovereignty as disrupting the international order. In this respect, the international society should not interfere with the internal affairs of states because of concepts such as human rights and humanitarian intervention, and order should be maintained by respecting sovereignty. On the other hand, solidarist thinking offers a more cosmopolitan perspective and advocates that the sovereignty of states may become secondary and the international society can take actions in cases where human rights are violated and common norms and values are threatened. When we consider the relationship of this debate with R2P, it can be said that R2P appears as a solidarist concept due to it accepts that the international society may take action and intervene against the 4 crimes it has identified, and due to it determines the conditions before and during the intervention. The idea that the humanitarian crisis of the 1990s posed a threat to international peace and security, and that measures could be taken to prevent these crises on intervention could be made when necessary, shaped the concept within the framework of solidarism. So how did it respond in the BRICS countries, and how did these countries see this norm? If we talk about the rise of the BRICS countries, we see that the group was first classified as rising powers by Goldman Sachs in 2001, and later the group continued its growth trend and increased its influence on global governance, especially with the damage of the 2008 crisis on the Western powers. The group took its final form in 2009 when South Africa joined them. BRICS was defined as a group that could change the global balance of power not only economically but also politically due to they constitute as a significant portion of the world population, account for about 25% of the total GDP, and 2 of its members, China and Russia, have permanent seats in the UN Security Council. In this context, BRICS has started to make various political initiatives. They emphasize South cooperation, built development partnerships, and established an investment bank. Therefore, as the influence of the group increased, their attitude towards humanitarian crisis became more important. In this research, we first examined the perspectives of BRICS countries in the process of formulating R2P. If we look at the stance of the countries in the meetings, it is seen that the members of the group were generally skeptical of the norm both during in the 2005 summit and during the establishment of the 3-pillar structure. Although the Lula government, which came to power in Brazil at that time, wanted to follow regional and global proactive policies and play an active role in the Haitian crisis, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Amorim, described the concept as the new form of humanitarian intervention and stated that some countries could use the norm to obtain the right to intervene. Likewise, the UN representative of India, Sen, defined R2P as the new arguments for colonialism and interventionism. China's and Russia's approach to the concept is even a bit harsher. They generally oppose this norm on the basis of sovereignty, non-interference in internal affairs, and territorial integrity, and the UN's basic principles in general, and characterize the concept as an intention to intervene in internal affairs. And South Africa tends to emphasize more the role of global regional organizations and political initiatives. Because in the Charter of the African Union, where South Africa assumes a leadership role, there is a principle that member states can intervene when certain conditions are met, in line with the principle of not being indifferent. BRICS particularly emphasized the ambiguity of the text during its formulation and argues that it is perilous to be uncertain in under what circumstances to intervene. When it's evaluated in terms of the pillars, we see that the countries are more enthusiastic towards the first and second pillars, except the strengthening of states or the aid of the international society. However, they are all against the military intervention. It can be said that the reasons and motivations behind it differ, but despite these criticisms, they were among the countries that adopted the R2P proposal in the UN voting. Then we examined the behavior of BRICS as a group, and we used their summit declarations for this. Considering all the declarations published by the countries that came together at the meetings held in the BRICS countries as well as G20 summits between 2009 and 2020, it can be said that they mostly refer to the Syrian and Libyan crisis. However, also other R2P cases such as Yemen, Mali, Central African Republic, and South Sudan are included in the text and the agenda of summits. Regarding humanitarian crisis and the concepts such as intervention, non-interference, sovereignty, human suffering related to the cases, it can be seen that the first statement on this issue took place at the Sanya summit in 2011. In the Sanya Leaders Declaration, the group stated that they wanted to continue their cooperation with the Security Council in the Libya crisis and emphasized the necessity of resolving the crisis through peaceful mechanism and dialogue with the UN and regional organizations. At the New Delhi summit, it can be seen that a similar call for dialogue and peaceful solution and emphasis on territorial integrity were made for the Syrian crisis. While only the articles of equal sovereignty of the UN Charter, the Libyan and Syrian crisis were mentioned in the declarations until 2013. After this date, other humanitarian crises started to be discussed and the group expressed their desire to support the international society in the crisis of Mali and the Central African Republic. At the Fortaleza summit, unilateral military interventions were condemned and political initiatives in Mali, South Sudan, and the Central African Republic were supported. And until the Moscow summit in 2020, the topics of the declarations mainly consisted of UN principles, supporting mediation initiatives, multilateral summits, regional initiatives, and condemnation of unilateral sanctions against governments. And finally, we examined the attitudes of countries in the UN. Among them, we see the Chinese and Russians' position at the UN the most clearly. Since they are permanent members of the Security Council, in the Ivory Coast and Libyan crisis, where the 5 countries were in the Security Council, the right of veto was not used. In fact, they all voted in favor of the intervention in the Ivory Coast voting. Although 4 of them abstained in Libya, they criticized the following period heavily. In Syria, it was observed that Russia and China sometimes abstained even in the decision to open a humanitarian corridor. In the following years, in the voting on Mali and Central African Republic, Russia and China did not use a veto in the drafts of the UN operations. However, they vetoed or abstained from texts such as arms embargo and sanctions against countries. The motivations for this can be interpreted in different ways. In some cases, it can be said that countries mostly avoid intervention in countries with high material or historical relations. According to some other interpretations, this is related to the normative stance of the BRICS, and while peacekeeping operations are seen as more legitimate, their attitude towards sanctions or any statement that could lead to intervention differs from that of Western countries, and often the group blames them. For example, UN Permanent Representative of India, Puri, accused member states of being too willing to spend resources to influence regime change under the pretext of protecting civilians. In a similar vein, Russia defined R2P as immature and named the concept as an attempt to revise international law in the foreign policy concept of the Russian Federation, which was published in 2008. In the humanitarian aid corridors planned to address the Syrian crisis, Russia and China stressed the coordination with the Damascus government and the regime's right to sovereignty and emphasized that nothing should prevent this right. Similarly, China constantly expressed its concern over the willingness of other countries to interfere in the internal affairs of states. On the other hand, it is seen that South Africa voted in favor by acting independently from China and Russia in the drafts on human rights in the recent Security Council voting, and emphasized humanitarian concerns and political solutions in its statements. When attitudes of BRICS countries are evaluated in the framework of English school and pluralist solidarist debate, it can be suggested that the group is hesitant against the implementation of the norm, even if they accept in the texts in 2005 and 2009. In this respect, when R2P is considered only as a military intervention, the BRICS countries adopt a pluralistic stance and frequently oppose it. However, when it comes to the measures in the first pillar and the second pillar, they can be supportive. Regarding the third pillar, the most opposed countries are Russia and China. In particular, Russia uses its veto even in voting where China abstained. South Africa claims that there may be intervention in the issues in its region, while Brazil and India argue that if transparency mechanism and decision-making process are improved, there may be intervention. In this regard, although the group has taken a pluralistic attitude on military intervention, arms embargoes, and sanctions against governments, it can be said that India, Brazil, and South Africa, which also come together as IBSA, are more eager to discuss the concept and to contribute to its improvement. However, China and Russia follow a tougher stance, still reluctant to implement the third pillar in cases where prevention mechanism and the first two pillars of R2P do not work, and they approach the issue in a more pluralistic way. It can be said that they only underline the principles of the UN territorial integrity, sovereignty, non-interference in internal affairs, thus have a more distant view of the idea that the international society can intervene for human rights. My presentation finishes here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your presentation. As an English school scholar, I was pleased to see these terms being used. Okay, folks, so we have 30 minutes now for a question and answer session, a discussion amongst ourselves. If you would like to ask a question, there are 3 ways of doing so. If you are on Collaborate, then you can raise your hand and you can take the floor and ask a question. The second way of asking a question is to write your question in the chat at the side. Click on the speech bubble in the right-hand corner and you'll see the chat section for everyone. Insert your question there. And the third and final way is if you are listening to us on YouTube, by all means, leave your question in the comments and I can have a look there and pass any on. I think we've got a question from Jonathan Gilmore. So if he wants to take the floor, that would be great.
Cheers, Adrian. It's a question for Mauro. It's quite an interesting observation about China becoming, in a sense, more interested in peacekeeping operations as they become more robust. I wondered if you had any sort of speculations, reflections on why this was so, and particularly how this tension with consent, this Chinese focus on consent, how this is resolved from a Chinese perspective discursively. Is it just overlooked or ignored, or are attempts actually made to try and provide some kind of sort of rhetorical or discursive justification for this? And when we think about consent, is it more about, is it that the Chinese are more concerned about consent from them at the United Nations, and think about the sort of just legitimation, or sorry, authorization mechanisms, rather than it being about nation consent? It's about the ability for China to give consent or not give consent in the context of a UN peacekeeping operation at the UN Security Council.
Mauro, if I can just pause you there and give you time to digest that question, give you a minute to think through it. I'll go to the second. We have 2 more people with their hands up, so I think I'll take 3 questions first, put those to the speakers, and then go back to the floor for further questions. So the second hand raised, according to my computer screen, is Samuel Jarvis, if he would like to ask his question.
Thanks very much, Adrian. So my question is probably more general, and I'd be happy for any of the speakers to have a go at answering it, really. So I want to refer back to when Antonio Gutierrez first came into office, and one of his first speeches to the UN was about reinforcing this connection between what are considered the UN's 3 pillars, which are human rights, peace and security, and development. And when you look at China's approach really to those 3 pillars, what you see, I think, is an attempt to be quite antagonistic and to directly, in some ways, challenge the human rights pillar. And you see this in the way in which it decides to reinforce a number of the papers emphasize things like development, things like, I guess, prevention, but in a much more kind of long-term perspective. And I guess the question is, how does the RTP function if we continue to see states like China and other states that are allies with it and support China's position, if human rights becomes, I guess, less part of the way in which we respond, particularly when we're looking at prevention, if human rights isn't considered as part of that same conversation and it becomes much more about development and peace and security, what do we miss? Can the RTP then still be an effective norm in terms of preventing and reacting to mass atrocity crimes if we continue if China is more effective, I suppose, in kind of playing down the importance of human rights?
Thank you, Sam. Good question. Maro, I saw that you had your hand up, but as you say in your comments to me, I'll come back to you if we have time towards the end and leave the floor for questions. The third question, therefore, is from Andras Hors. If you can take the floor. Sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
That's okay. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. My question is also to Mauro, and it's following up on what Jonathan has just recently asked. There has been some criticisms on China's heightened role in UN peace operations, because some people say that actually China's goals is not a revisiting of the anti-interventionist attitude towards peace operations and towards R2P, but simply to gather and obtain markets, especially on the African continent. So I would be most keen to know your opinion on what is driving the decision-making process in China, whether it is purely for an economic gain in obtaining markets and to gain more leverage inside the UN system, or is it a more altruistic goal in perhaps revisiting previous ideas on R2P and on humanitarian assistance even? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With those 3 questions asked, I will now go back to the speakers. Mauro, if you want to go first, and then I will ask the other speakers if they want to come in with any comments or observations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Adrian, and thank you for the questions to Jonathan and Andreas. I think actually I can probably also try to answer both questions at the same time, because they overlap to an extent with respect to the driving forces behind China's engagement in peacekeeping. And in fact, yeah, Andros mentioned one important driving force, which is the attempt to enter and exploit markets in Africa, where factually most of UN peacekeeping operations actually are deployed. So certainly there are geopolitical interests there, economic interests, but also purely political interests, given that China has become almost naturally more active politically in some of these countries, and South Sudan is a very good example. Since South Sudan was created, China had a very good relationship with Sudan, and then it just found itself in the middle of a conflict between 2 countries, trying to be friends with both countries. So the geopolitical interests are definitely a driving force. There are also reputational interests. This idea of being seen, engage in peacekeeping operations works well for China's attempt to nurture this view of China as a responsible power which cares about values such as human protection. There's also the argument with which I would agree that peacekeeping operations to an extent increase the military skills of its military, which does not have any significant war experience compared to the other militaries of other powers. So I think there's a combination of all these driving forces, and therefore I don't think that altruism. I wouldn't put altruism as the main driving force here for sure. So I would agree with Andres in that respect. And now going back to the second part of Jonathan's question, then from a legal perspective, I think China is stuck in a sort of a legal quagmire here, because it professes its commitment to the legal basically principles of peacekeeping, consent of the parties, impartiality, and non-use of force except in self-defense. But it is not what is happening in practice. And as I said, China not only now votes in favor of these missions which challenge classic peacekeeping principles, but is also participating in some of these missions. It is very difficult for China, I think, to get out of this situation, because to do so coherently would mean to take a very progressive approach to the legal principle of peacekeeping, and that doing so would go against this traditional approach to sovereignty and non-intervention. So we are in sort of a circle where from where I think it's very difficult to emerge. And very quickly, finally, on the issue of consent, the few references I made to consent were referred to the consent of the host state. Which is a legal prerequisite under international law for the deployment of peacekeeping forces. So this is what makes peacekeeping attractive to China: the fact that blue helmets can only be deployed with the consent of the host state. But what I find it interesting is that while formally China fully accepts this, then practically it is relaxing this idea, and very often it seems to be on board with Security Council efforts to push, to induce consent where genuine consent is not forthcoming. I hope this answered the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Mauro. I think on that point, I will go to the rest of the speakers to see if they want to add comments or observations prior to then going back to the floor for further questions. So I'll start with the first speaker, Dao Zhu, if you want to take the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll take the question of China try to change the normative structure of UN and also try to remove the pillar of human rights into more economic focused to change the atrocity prevention into the economic development and poverty reduction. That is one of the focus of my research. I think it's true that China tried to implement atrocity prevention and also R2P according to its favored interpretation, that is economic development, and try to excrete from the human rights pillar. But I think as China tried to demonstrate that it has become a responsible great power, it concerns more about international image. I think international pressure can play an important role in China for its approach to human rights. So basically, from my perspective, I think due to the pressure from the external actors on China's human rights issues, the government pay greater attention to Chinese human rights issues compared with the previous years. And also Chinese government released a white paper on China's position on human rights and also its contribution to the international human protection. So basically, I think China tried to remove the focus from human rights to economic development. It indeed has tried to counter the international pressure and try to demonstrate its responsibility to prevent atrocities and also its kind of contribution to the human protection and human rights. So I think it's kind of rhetoric in treatment for Chinese government. So basically, from its official discourses, the Chinese government supports the R2P and also the prevention principle. So the Chinese foreign policy in this regard kind of entrapped by this official rhetoric and also the international pressure from kind of labor states has an actual impact when China formulates its foreign policy on human protection. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite the third speaker in NANLOHY to offer comments.
Okay, I can also add a comment about conflict decisions. Yes, we see some contradictions. In fact, in terms of BRICS, there are contradictions about almost every country. Actually, I also look at the motivations of the countries and try to understand the reasons behind their decisions. For this reason, I first looked at their attitudes towards the summits as a group and their statements and decisions at the UN. Then look at the material and political and historical relationship to the cases. We have demonstrated that the level of relationship established by countries with the countries where cases occurred is an important determinant of their intervention decisions. But I think this question can be answered with further extensive research. Perhaps I can offer a more comprehensive answer in the article of this conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, on to Zeynep, and then I'll go back to the floor for questions.
Hello again. Well, I actually wanted to add some examples for the China's attitude towards human rights and promoting the development issues. When we look at the 2006, the sanctions on Sudan, on the issues on Darfur, we see China acted like try to act like a responsible power and mediator between the United Nations Security Council and the Sudanese government. And at that time, we saw that there was a threat of boycott for the Chinese Olympic Games next year. And as we have today, the discussion of boycotting the Chinese Winter Olympics, which will happen next year too. So the external pressure highly works for Chinese attitudes to change their behavior. This is actually what I wanted to add to the importance of the external pressure to change the behavior or at least rhetoric of China. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two questions at the moment. Pat Lee has a hand up in the crowd, and we've got one question in the comment section. So I'll go to Pat Lee to ask the question first. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
My question is for the first presenter, Ms. Zhang. The bulk of her presentation was about how China responds to R2P. It's fine, but at the very beginning, she claims that the Chinese wrong constatations is about against the principles of atrocity protection. But I'm wondering what kind of liberal concepts China would like to contest with, because most of the discussion after that slide was about China rather than about the so-called liberal order, because liberal order seems to be weakly defined in the literature. So that I just want to seek clarification about what particular type of norms China would like to disagree with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Question in the comments section for the panel. So if anyone wants to speak to this issue, by all means do so. How did you account for apparent contradictions in the position of China on the issue of the responsibility to protect? Question mark. So how do you account for contradictions in the position of China on the issue of the responsibility to protect? I guess to give just one, if I could flesh that out a little bit with an empirical. So we had a few of the presenters spoke chronologically about different phases, really, of China's engagement with the R2P norm. I guess if I could push you a bit more on the post-2017 phase, because we've had all these caricatures and these labels of a cautious inhibitor and a norm entrepreneur. But what about just an out-and-out norm violator, post-2017? And how do we factor that into the understanding? And finally, the third question from the Joanna has her hand raised. Hopefully, I've got that correct. If you want to take the floor. Joanna Kamara. No, we don't seem to have that person asking a question. Zhao Chu, if I can add a third question, and I'll put it to you. You said that China links mass atrocity prevention with conflict prevention. And you said this in a way as to suggest that this is evidence of China challenging the liberal order. I guess my question to you is, do you think that that is China consciously linking these two things to undermine the liberal order? Or is it just that China's policymakers doesn't really understand the links between these two things? And I ask that because, as we know, many liberal states also link mass atrocity prevention with conflict prevention. The UK government has been criticised for doing this routinely. So I'll ask that as a third question, but now I can see in front of me, Joanna is with us. Would you like to ask your question to the panel?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can, yes, thank you.
Of course, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so my question is addressed for any speaker who wants to reply. I all the presentations, they were great. Very practical. So why do you think China abstained in the Libyan case where regarding the use of force by the Security Council, authorized by the Security Council? In one case and another for such a dramatic change in the China position. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll hand over to the panel. If we want to go, I'll tell you what, we'll mix it up if Zainab doesn't mind me putting her on the spot, but I do this because she spoke last time round, so I'll take them the opposite way. Zainab, over to you.
Well, I couldn't quite catch the whole question of Anna. If she could repeat once more.
Oh, the last question was, how do you account for
of course,
China abstaining on the 2011 vote in the Security Council on the military intervention in Libya, and then taking different positions, for example, on Syria?
Well, as we know, China is always an obstructionist about any use of force, and they were always focusing on the importance of avoidance of any kind of regime change, and most of the time economic sanctions. They always vetoed any kind of Security Council resolution, including arms embargo or economic sanctions towards the countries that they work with. And in the Libyan case, during the first debates, during the previous debates, we see China threatened about vetoing or vetoed itself. However, when the change of voting in 2011 comes, there was a kind of compromise between the avoidance of regime change and inclusion of the regional actors like African Union and Arab League too. So when regional actors' consent was already there to be applied, and China's will of avoidance of regime change was said to be considered at least. But afterwards, when China observed what happens in reality, especially after the forces of NATO intervened militarily in Libya, which ended with the death of Gaddafi, so it actually proved a point for China that the military intervention into the internal affairs, internal conflicts or civil conflicts will end with a regime change in a way that the Western countries want. So this actually put China to take itself backwards again and try to start to be more antagonistic about the implementation of R2P, and China started to add more emphasis on the compromise, on the implementation, the meaning of the R2P itself in the General Assembly. And before that, before any kind of compromise about the meaning, the international community or any kind of state should not act. So they provide their statement on this, and they started to be more antagonistic towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Nilay if she is ready, and then I'll go to Mauro and end with the first presenters.
I agree with Zeynep, and China was more optimistic at first, but then criticized heavily because of the regime change. In other words, China's attitude has become a little clearer with the results of the Libyan crisis, and we do not expect it to launch an initiative on R2P, but it can take part in political process such as mediation or contribute personnel to peacekeeping operations.
Okay, thank you very much. Mauro?
Yes, thank you, Adrian. I think replying to your question to the panel about the post 2017 situation and the country as a normal violator as opposed to country contributing to the creation or contributing to shaping R2P, I think it's a very interesting question. I haven't thought carefully about it before, but I could see that there could be two potential answers, competing answers, I suppose, because on the one end, and I mean, I would expect that something like this would make a state even more hesitant to openly endorse the concept, probably in relation to Pillar 3. At the same time, though, one could argue that China has been, fairly easily able to protect itself, definitely within the Security Council, and to prevent any really strong challenge to its own activity, so that paradoxically one could argue maybe this would even reinforce the feeling that it is okay to support R2P because it cannot really fire back at us. It's probably taking the conclusion to the extreme, but I think that this cannot be ruled out as a possible interpretation. I mean, the more realistic outcome is, of course, that this could create further hesitancy, I suppose, toward the concept. Just very quickly about the contradictions, the Chinese contradictions obviously are there, very evident that they are there. But I think the contradiction and incoherence is just embedded in R2P as a principle or as a norm, as we want to define it. The fact that it allows the Security Council to make decision on a case-by-case basis inevitably means that each of the P5 will be selective and will be to an extent incoherent in their approach to atrocity crimes.
Thank you. Yes. Something Jennifer Walsh argued once upon a time, that the 2005 agreement institutionalized inconsistency. And to the first speaker then, Jincho.
Yes, thanks. Yeah. Okay. And for the first question about the differences between Chinese principle and the liberal principle, I would like to highlight that there are overlaps and similarities, also the differences between China and Western position. So I don't intend to say that the Chinese principles and position is totally different from the liberal states. And one example is the conflict between atrocity prevention and conflict prevention. And you can see that in the Western countries like the EU and also the UK and Australia. So there's many countries that tend to compound atrocity prevention with conflict prevention. So that kind of similarity between the West and China. But there are indeed some differences between the two. And first, I would like to suggest that the liberal states tend to emphasize the importance of development of civil societies in the conflict-affected states. But China tried to support the establishment of a strong government to realize the effective governance and human protection. So they emphasize the role of the government in the process of human protection. And the second major difference I would like to suggest is that as we have discussed before, is about the relation between human rights and economic development. So the Western countries tend to emphasize the importance of human rights, but on the contrary, China tried to remove the human rights agenda from atrocity prevention and also atrocity, and try to focus on the structural prevention, especially on the development of the development of economy of the underdeveloped regions. And also the third aspect is about different emphasis over the coercive and peaceful means. So I think if we take the US and the UK as the example of the liberal states, the two countries tend to kind of favor some coercive means, also use of force to respond to mass atrocity crimes. But for China, China tends to use preventive diplomacy like mediation and negotiation to solve the problems. So that kind of three major differences between China and the Western countries. And also for the question about the conflation of conflict prevention and atrocity prevention, I think I don't exactly know that whether China is intentionally to do this, but in theory, or from my perspective, I think compared between the two principles, the conflict prevention is most favored by Chinese government because it's kind of neglect about the peacetime atrocity prevention. So it's kind of favor Chinese position and also help China to counter the international pressure on China's inaction towards some peacetime atrocities and crimes against the humanities. So that kind of compared, that is which I mean that make comparison between the two principles. So China seems to prefer conflict prevention than atrocity prevention, and it's also a kind of similarities between China and also Western countries, and that is the reason why there's an actual gap between the institutionalization and implementation in terms of atrocity prevention principle. Thank you.
Okay, folks, it has gone 12 o'clock and I'm conscious that we've had 90 minutes now of this panel and we have a break now, but I'm sure everyone can continue the conversation if you wish to do so. I know some people didn't get a chance to ask their question, but by all means meet up in the virtual world of GatherTown, where you can meet in private rooms to discuss things. Your videos will pop up as you get close, your character gets close to the other character on screen. Sorry, it reminds me too much of the 1990s and me playing Zelda. on a Super Nintendo. I would like to thank the panelists for giving us their presentations today. There were wonderful papers on a very timely and important topic, and look forward to the next panel, which is Beyond Failure and Inaction. It's panel 3 of the day, and it starts at 1:30. So you have 90 minutes. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Adrian. I just want to make a very quick technical announcement for those of you watching on YouTube. This current streaming session will come to an end over lunch, and a new link will be available to watch from on the event page and also within our YouTube channel as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining in, and thank you for Adrian for chairing the last panel, and to all the panelists and their papers. We will see you again very shortly.